Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Call the meeting to order. Executive Director, if you could do roll call, please.
Good morning. Welcome to the Private Investigator License Board quarterly board meeting. And, the Director Saladino, for the record, S-A-L-A-D-I-N-O. Roll call, Chair Nixon.
Here.
Board Member Bezic.
Here. Here.
Board Member Brown.
Did you respond?
Here. Are you not hearing us now?
We can.
Okay.
We didn't hear Bezic.
Here. You got me?
Gotcha. Board Member Cortez.
Here.
All right. Chair, we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this meeting. If the board desires, the matters may be placed on future agenda for public action. Public comments may be limited to 5 minutes per person at the discretion of the chair, but will not be restricted according to viewpoint. Are there any, is there any public comment up north?
No, Madam Chair.
Is there any public?
Who was that, and if they can speak up?
You need me to speak up?
A little bit, please.
We've got a volume button here. I don't know if does this help at all? The volume button? Okay. Oh, they just changed the camera on us. Maybe that was it. Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so no public comment up north. Is there any public comment down south? Seeing there's no public comment, we'll move to the next section. Board Executive Director announcements, reports, and updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I provided the board members with the quarterly financials. Is there any questions I can answer for those?
None at this time.
All right. And then a quick update before we get into the stats. Our database had just underwent an update. So with the update, we realized we had some challenges between our external links and our internal links. So currently, the online application process has been shut down. The database was reoccurring R numbers, and if you guys are used to our work card process, you know work card numbers are usually unique to the individual, and having multiple of the same has been an issue. Currently, our staff is working with the database providers to fix this. I'm hopeful that hopefully by the end of today, it should be back up and running. If not, first thing tomorrow. But I want you to know we are working on it and, trying to get on top of it.
Thank you. And I'd say, guys, if you've had any problems with your license numbers, I know this is a big renewal season too for the licensees. So if you have any hiccups or problems, please contact the office, the PILB office. They'll certainly help. But they've been working very diligently to try to work through that. So I appreciate all of that because I know it's a little crazy. So appreciate that hard work.
Investigator Swarthout, would you like to give us an overview on the stats?
Investigator Swarthout. So for March 2023 for licensing, we had 43 total applications, 28 were approved, 15 were either withdrawal and denied. Compared to March 2024's board meeting, we had 38 applications, 23 approved, and 15 that were withdrawal or denied. Our work card applications, just a quick overview on those. For 2023, for the first quarter, we processed 3,278. Of that, 2,925 are active, 184 were withdrawn, 169 were denied. This year, for the same time period, we processed 4,053 applications, 3,478 are active, 93 are still provisional, 230 were withdrawn, and there's 252 that were denied. The reason for this spike is, as everyone knows, in February we had the Super Bowl, so January is our biggest spike month out of this quarter, so everyone who was still trying to get a card for working the Super Bowl was still applying. The 93 that are still provisional, there's a couple different factors that go into that. Some of them's resubmitting of fingerprints and database issues now. They're coming up with it. Complaint investigations, we had 31 total, 28 of them are closed, 3 of them are still open. The biggest spike we saw on this one is this past first quarter, we saw a giant spike in complaints on work card holders. Of them, out of the 16, 6 of them were able to be revoked under the NAC. They put them back in a provisional status. 3 of them will be appearing later today. We've been working more with other agencies, including Nevada DMV, California DMV, NTA, LVMPD, HPD, Nye County Sheriff's Office, and the Nevada Labor Board. Unlicensed activity citations. For the first quarter of 2023, we had 14 that were on PPO. For the first quarter of 2024, we had only 2 that were issued out on PPO.
Thank you, Investigator Swarthout. Agenda item number 4.
April 17th, April 17th workshop for possible action. Has everybody reviewed the transcripts and the workshop? Are there any discussion points? Okay. Seeing there's no discussion points, open to motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to approve board meeting scheduled March 13th and 14th, 2024, and also for the workshop scheduled on April 17th, 2024, motioning to approve as written.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
I didn't hear that.
Board Member Bezic, I don't know if you have the volume button as well, but we can barely hear you.
Bezic seconds. Hello?
It's a little better. Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay. Council Harris, would you mind swearing in applicants and witnesses?
Okay, so everyone in the audience, either in the south or in the north, if you're on the agenda or if you plan on testifying for any agenda item, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay, do you affirm that the testimony you'll provide today and tomorrow will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Madam Chair, we just had another member of the public walk in right as swearing in was ending, so we may need to have another person sworn in.
Okay.
He's currently
Jack Harris,
signing
for the
in.
record, if that member of the public in the north can please stand and raise their right hand.
You plan on testifying today? Yes. Okay, he's standing, raising his right hand. He's off to the side, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We're good, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
The next agenda items are the consent for potential block votes. 6 through 13 is what is originally noted on the agenda. However, we do have fingerprints for contingent item number 14. And to verify, would that be Swarthout? Investigator Swarthout, did 14, or I'm sorry, Diaz, did the fingerprints come back clear? We can't hear you at all, Investigator Diaz.
Investigator Diaz, for the record, yes, they did, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we have a potential block vote for consent items 16 through 14. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Cortez. I'd like to place some information on the record regarding agenda item number 6 for potential block vote. Mr. Rafalovich and I have attended the same Post Academy back in 2000, and we briefly worked for the same department. I have not had any interactions with Mr. Rafalovich in over 2 decades, freeing me from any conflict of interest when casting my vote.
That's noted. So I'll entertain a motion for contingent items 6 through 14.
This is Board Member
This
Brown.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve consent items for block vote numbers 6 through 14.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown, seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, so what that means is if you were part of the agendas, items 6 through 14, you have been approved, and you are welcome to leave the meeting. You know what I'm going to say, unless you want to be entertained by us. But otherwise, you're more than welcome to leave the meeting. The PILB office will contact you later for further instructions for your license. Okay. We are now on agenda item number 15, Savage Third Inc., applying for a new corporate private patrol license. Mr. Robert Smith and Mr. Lorenzo Savage, if you could, and Burke Ures, if you could please come to the front. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. So please tell us a little bit about your business and the intentions with the license.
I'm Lorenzo.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Lorenzo Robert Savage III.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're going to have to, yeah, you're going to have to hit that button.
I'd be best to sit.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear up north? Okay, we got a thumbs up.
Thank you, ma'am. I've had a career in law enforcement, starting with local law enforcement in the state of Virginia, Fairfax County Police Department, and then I transitioned to the U.S. Secret Service. Had a 25-year career in the Secret Service. I'm proud to say that I served this community in Las Vegas back in August of 2007 until August of 2010 as the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Las Vegas Field Office of the Secret Service. I went on and retired as the Special Agent in charge of the Los Angeles Field Office of the U.S. Secret Service after having served on the Presidential Protective Division when President George W. Bush was in office. After retiring from the Secret Service, I started my career in the private security world as a CEO of a security firm in LA for about 4 years. That gave me my background transitioning from public service to private security and understanding, the differences there. After about 4 years, I co-founded Savage 3 Incorporated with my business partner here, Burke Ewers. He and I had a long relationship. Our children got to know each other playing Little League. And we have been successfully running that business, also finalizing our license in the state of Ohio and the state of Texas. During my previous company, I had a relationship with Robert Smith, and Robert was doing security work here in Nevada and also in California. And as we started to explore getting our license here in Nevada, Robert reached out and let me know that he was at a point in time that after running his business that he was thinking about putting his license in abeyance. And so then we realized that it could be a good opportunity for us to partner together. And so we entered into a business partnership, and our plan was to have Robert be our qualifying agent here in the state of Nevada and expand our Savage 3 business here in the state.
Board, are there any questions for any of the gentlemen? Hearing, so I only have the one question. It seems like you're still in a civil case against district court. This is against a former employer.
Which one, ma'am? I have a couple of civil litigation.
Okay, so there's one versus Pasea versus Giardi.
Pasea versus Girardi, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are you have a civil litigations against them?
No, ma'am. That's a case that's been filed by Pasea against Girardi and 3 Secret Service agents. And so in my role as a special agent in charge of the Los Angeles field office, I was named as a defendant in that case as in a civil case. On May 14th of 2024, and I believe I forwarded that ruling, Judge Fitzgerald granted a motion to dismiss that case then. And so he did grant the plaintiffs an opportunity to amend their complaint. And so I believe they still have time to do that.
Okay, so it says the case is currently ongoing in district court as a writing of the report. So that has nothing to do with him, though?
Director Saldino, for the record. When investigator Jesse DeMoss in the North did the investigation, you could see that the U.S. attorney represented Mr. Savage. So to us, that shows that he was not at fault in his role with the Secret Service. And then we did receive the documentation that shows that the judge did issue an order to dismiss.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant the new corporate license for Savage 3 Incorporated, approving Mr. Robert Smith to get his individual license, which will be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent. I also move that we approve Lorenzo Savage and Burke Ewers to be corporate officers, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Besic
Board Member
seconds.
Cortez, motioning. Oh. Go ahead, Besic.
Besic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Very much.
Okay, Shield Security Consultants and Protection Services LLC. Do we have Gregory Sanchez? Gregory Sanchez Rodriguez? Grant Burns? And Mark Oliver? Oh, they're, okay. Good morning, gentlemen. You might have to sit down just so that we can hear you better.
There's only 2 chairs here.
We only have 2 chairs for people, so we may have to switch off a little bit, depending on who's going to speak.
Okay. So gentlemen, please tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions with the license.
Good morning, board members. My name is Greg Rodriguez. I'm a retired detective from LAPD for 35 years. 17 of that was with the FBI field office in Los Angeles. After retirement, my brother...
Sir, wait. We have a...
You to please speak up and slow down because it's difficult to hear you.
We have a court reporter, so you have to slow it down a little bit. And speak up a little bit.
I apologize. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Okay, my last name is Rodriguez. First name is Gregory. I'm a retired detective from LAPD with 35 years on the job. I did 17 years with the FBI LA field office. After retirement, my brother and I decided to get involved in private security here in Vegas. So we did that. I got my license. And after about 5 years, I was approached by Mr. Burns, Shield Security, asking me if I was interested in assisting them in establishing security work out here, requiring me that I put my license at abeyance. And so we decided to do that.
Okay. And that's fine. Does anybody else want to speak?
My name is Grant Burns. I'm the co-CEO of Shield Security, former Detroit police officer, worked law enforcement in the state of Georgia as well. Me and my business partner, Mark Oliver here, worked executive protection for the mayor and the chief of police of the city of Detroit. We started our company doing executive protection for Amazon Prime, Apple TV, actors, political campaigns, and things of that nature. At some point in time, somebody asked us if we would do security guard services for a neighborhood. We decided to go down that route, and we've expanded into multiple states rapidly. We are one of the largest security employers in Detroit. We've expanded into Ohio, Indiana. We're also moving into other states in the Midwest, and now we will continue our push west through the country.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I'll give it.
Okay. Seeing there's no questions from the board, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, sorry, one of the other applicants would like to speak.
Yes, my name is Mark Oliver, co-CEO with Grant Burns of Shield Security. 23 years in law enforcement with the Detroit Police Department, served in various capacities for mayoral administrations, and the chief of police, as my business partner said. Just want to grow the business. No, I'm back there. Yeah, just move forward into additional states. And as he said, we're in Ohio. Yes.
The reporters having a little bit hard time understanding you. You might be a little too close to the mic.
Oh, too close? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as my business partner stated, we're expanding. We're in Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, and Michigan, and we are one of the fastest growing security companies. And with our law enforcement background, we are bringing that toward the industry to streamline that in our state and other states.
Thank you. Okay, board, are there any questions? Okay, hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Shield Security Consultant Protective Services, LLC, their new corporate private patrol officer license and approve Gregory Rodriguez to have his individual license placed in abeyance so he can become the qualifying agent. I also move that we approve Grant Burns and Mark Oliver as members of the corporation, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Bezic, I second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item 17, Kingpin Canine LLC. Do we have Andrew Wickerham? Good morning. You're going to have to come on up. Thank you for coming. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions with the license.
Good morning, board members. My name is Andrew Wickerham, and a little bit about my background was Marine Corps from 99 to 2007. Then I went to work for Department of Energy for another 5 years after that, and then the State Department. And then I currently went to work for a PILB as a CFI in 2013. And I recently acquired my PPL in 2019, and that's where I received a 2699. And then I recently received my K9 license back in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Silverman. A little bit about my background is I spent 9 years in U.S. Army Special Ops, doing various missions, combat patrols, executive protection, private security, deployments, worked with canines. So I'm kind of the head of the canine side of this. I train explosive and narcotic detection dogs. A little bit about our company is we pride ourselves in providing a more quality, more intimate service than some of the corporate entities out there. A unique thing that we also do with our canines is we try to repurpose canines. So we've got a few out of the pound, gave them a job, put them to work, give them a purpose. We provide sweeps, protection, preventative, basically whatever the client's looking for. So we do currently have 9 explosive detection dogs. We have 2 narcotic detection dogs, and then we have 4 that are in training. We call them green dogs. To my right is my brother-in-law and business partner, Kenneth Camarena. He's been training with me since 2021, so I've been teaching him all aspects of canine training, canine handling. I met Andrew, and despite him being a Marine, we get along pretty well. We've really started building something unique and different here, and we're excited to be able to get out there and showcase it for everybody.
Well, first, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Board, are there any? Oh, do you want to speak?
I could speak real quick. Well, as Kevin said, I'm Kenneth Camarena, and then I've been working or training with Kevin since September, and he's just been teaching me everything about the dogs, training, obedience, the explosive aspect of everything. So, yep.
Congratulations. Board, are there any questions for the gentleman?
This is Board Member Cortez. I do have a question. Good morning, gentlemen. Kevin, what's the status of the collection cases?
I submitted a form to Ms. Blackmore from the investigating that currently is under dispute. I have a company that I've hired to take care of all that.
So you are in current disputing
Yes.
the charges? And then the second question is your 2016 case. Give me a brief background as to what occurred.
I was a manager for a company that I tried to implement a checklist procedure into this company because they had a warehouse full of material that there was no checklist. Anybody could go in there and sign out any material that they wanted, and there was no supervisor. Materials ended up going missing. My checklist, my presentation wasn't approved, I guess. Materials ended up going missing. They were being used for private jobs, and as the supervisor, it fell on me. So I had no way to dispute that those materials were not taken by people. So I did my punishment. I paid my restitution that I, in my opinion, shouldn't have had to pay, but I couldn't prove myself innocent at the point. So.
How long did you do probation for?
1 year.
And was it completed successfully?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
It's Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Kingpin K9 LLC, a new corporate private patrol officer and dog handler license. Also approving Andrew L. Wickerman, license number 2699, his license be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agents. Members to be approved are Kevin M. Silverman and Kenneth E. Camarena, all subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown, seconds.
So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, guys. Good luck, and thank you again for your service. Okay, agenda item number 18, corporate officer, Trident Solutions. Do we have, sorry. There, okay, thank you. If you guys could, when you make your description of your company, could you just give your name, since I'm going to butcher it any way we do this. So, all right, thank you. Gentlemen, please tell us a little bit about yourselves and your intentions with the license.
Good morning. I am Jeff Still, S-T-I-L-L. I'm the CEO of Trident. I retired as a Navy SEAL after 22 years of service. We started Trident just about 7 years ago. We are in and licensed in Alabama, Washington, California, Colorado, and Texas, where we do guard services. And I'll turn it over to Sonny.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Saverio Saletti. I go by Sonny. Pleasure to meet everyone. Same as Jeff, we were both, all three of us actually served together in the SEAL teams. I did 24 years. We were all at Naval Special Warfare Development Group together in the same squadron. Sorry. Yep. We were all in a Naval Special Warfare Development Group in the same squadron together. We decided to start Trident Security around 2017 when I retired. And yeah, like Jeff said, we do regular guard service work, and we also do executive protection and things along those lines.
Good morning, I'm Chris St. Clair. I also was in the SEAL teams with both my partners here. I did 27 years. The last 17 years, we were all at SEAL Team 6. We got out in around 2016, 2017, and what better to do than to start up a security company? So we relied upon everything we've done in our past careers, and we've been doing quite well ever since. Retired in 2016, so thank you.
Well, no stress in security companies. But thank you, too, for your service. I appreciate that. Are there any questions from the board? Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we approve Trident Service Solutions Incorporated for their corporate, corporate officer status for Saverio M. Saletti Christopher T. St. Clair, and Jeffrey B. Still. This is subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Good luck to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Okay, private investigator licenses, agenda item number 19, James Carpenter. Good morning. And yes, please. And are any of your partners here, Stephen Powell? Okay, and Brian Burnett? None of, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your intentions with the license.
I am James Carpenter. I'm born and raised born here in Las Vegas. Been here since 1963. Graduated Las Vegas High School '81. Then in '85, I joined the United States Marine Corps, where I spent 6 years and got my first honorable discharge there in '92. I was also in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. In '95, after retirement, I got in. I was hired by the Clark County Fire Department, where I served as a fireman, a paramedic, and for the last 8 years was a fire investigator for them. So that would be from '95 to 2020. In the meantime, while working that, I re-enlisted in the Marine Corps in 2003, went to Iraq in 2006 to 2007. 2007, I was shot in the abdomen, so they evacuated me back here to Vegas. After I healed, I went back to the Clark County Fire Department and continued that. While I was doing that, I also was hired and completed the police academy for the Boulder City Police Department out in Boulder City. Worked off and on as a part-time patrol officer for them. Then I switched over to the court, where I was a marshal for Judge Miller out there. And then after a few years, the Clark County Fire investigation got so busy that I had to resign from there. And then 2020, after retiring from Clark County Fire Department, I went back to Boulder City, and they hired me as a part-time police officer for the courts, for the police department. And that's what I've been. So then in 2023, EFI Global, which is an investigation and engineering company, which they work for Sedgwick, is a big global company, and I'm a fire investigator for them. And then they asked me, because our qualifying agent is up in northern Nevada right now, and I guess he's retiring, so they asked me to be it. So we spent the last year getting all this paperwork together so I could be the qualified agent for EFI Global.
Fantastic. Same. Thank you for your service, sir. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Carpenter?
No, Madam Chair. This is Board Member Brown. For the record, I do have a question for Investigator Cuevas. Have the fingerprints come back for Mr. Powell and Mr. Burnett?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, yes, they both came back as negative, no positive hits.
Thank you.
Board, are there any further questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move that we grant Mr. Carpenter an individual private investigator's license, and that license be placed in abeyance so he may become the qualifying agent for EFI Global. Also, that corporate officers be approved Stephen T. Powell and Brian J. Burnett, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Brown. I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you very
for
much.
your service.
Thank you.
Yeah. Agenda item number 20, I United. Postponed. Oh, postponed. Okay, so agenda item number 20, postponed, just for the record. Not working off of yours. Okay, agenda item number 21, Interpoint Investigative Services, LLC. Do we have Lisa Ribicoff? Good morning. Good morning. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and intentions with the license.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lisa Ribicoff. I am a polygraph examiner that's just relocated from New York to Vegas approximately 3 weeks ago. Loving the weather completely right now. Bad time to move. I've been an examiner now for 13 years, based out of offices in New York, Connecticut, and Florida. As I mentioned, I did relocate, which is the purpose of receiving the license. I'm currently an instructor for the polygraph, in addition to also serving on 2 out of the 3 international boards that do regulate the polygraph industry, the American Polygraph Association. Sure. As I mentioned, I'm an instructor, as well as I sit on the board of directors for the American Polygraph Association and the National Polygraph Association, which are 2 out of the 3 regulatory agencies that oversee polygraph industry.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Ribicoff?
Madam Chair, this is Board
This
Member.
Board Member Cortez. Question about the Supreme Court case. It was set for trial on March 1st. What's the status of that case?
So the status of that case is that filed on March 29th, 2023, which I did declare in my application, I was actually removed as a party to the action, in addition to the other family members of the entity, due to the fact that the litigation stemmed from a family business that was not operating in the capacity of a polygraph firm.
Do you happen to have court minutes regarding the March 1st hearing?
No, I do not, given the fact that I was removed from the action in 2023.
So according to my notes, you're still being listed as an applicant, as a defendant on that particular case. That's why I was asking for...
So
can we ask Swarthout?
Sure. Investigator Swarthout, could you give me the update on the 3rd case? I'm talking about the Nassau County Supreme Court case.
Investigator Swarthout, for the record. So after the report was finalized, she did provide the document showing that she was removed, and her family and the company were removed. They're only moving forward on the other individuals that were in the case.
If I can further clarify, there were multiple cases of litigation. Those actions were merged into one action, which is why it does apparently, it comes across as if it was currently active. I do have copies of the motion to dismiss if anyone does want a copy of that, but it was declared at the time of when my application was filed that I was removed at that time.
Thank you.
No problem.
So just to clarify, it removed from all of them then, since they were clumped into one?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Board, any further questions?
Yes, this is Board Member Brown for the record. Ms. Ribicoff and I have spoken on the phone several times during her process of obtaining her license, just general questions about how to go about it, things of that nature, and we have run across each other at national conferences in the past, but I believe that I can vote impartially on this.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions from the board? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Interpoint Investigative Services, LLC, a new corporate polygraph examiner license. Ms. Lisa L. Ribicoff approved for individual polygraph examiner license, and that it be placed in abeyance so she may become the qualifying agent. Member also to be approved is Lisa L. J. Ribicoff. All subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 22. Huh? Kohu? Okay, we're going to try this, I apologize in advance. Mr. Kohu? Koa? Okay. Good morning, sir. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and your intentions with your license. You're going to have to push the button. Yeah.
Yes, good morning. My name is Hermenegildo Cobo. I started to be a security officer in 1985. I worked in Los Angeles from 1985 to 1990. After 8,000 hours of being a security officer, I decided to take my examination for having my own private security company, and I took my test with a Bureau of Security and Investigation Services back in 1990. I've been a private patrol operator since 1990 to the present time, working for CNC Security Patrol Services. In 2017, I opened up another security guard company under the name of Armed Force Security, just to make a division of an armed company, CNC Security Patrol, and having an armed company with Armed Force Security. And that's pretty much my background. I've been in the security industry for almost 39 years, and I would love to have a company in Vegas. Thank you.
So that I'm clear, do you own the company in California?
Yes, I do own the company.
Okay. I think you're... team, were you able to hear that he does own the company in California?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Board, are there any questions?
This is Board Member Brown.
Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a...
I'm sorry, this is Board Member Brown for the record. Mr. Kuho, just want to check, you own companies in California, and you say you'd like to have a company here in Nevada, but you've only applied for an individual license. Do you plan to open a company here or just work singularly?
I'm planning to move in Las Vegas. If I get approved, I get a license in the state of Nevada. I'm planning to move here in Nevada and live here in Nevada. Back in California, I have two corporates of the company that they're getting the qualified manager license with the Bureau of Security.
Okay, are you eventually planning on establishing a company here in Nevada?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from the board? I would suggest to you, as you're going through that process to start a company in Las Vegas, work with the licensing board. They will help you with that process, okay? So you don't get caught up in something. Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Hey, this is Bezic. I move that we grant Mr. Kuhu an individual private patrol officer's license, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Is Board Member Cortez seconding the motion?
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 23, Vance Campbell. Good morning, Mr. Campbell. And please tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions with the license.
My name is Vance Campbell. I spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. After the Marines, I got out and got into the private security sector overseas, where I spent a year in Iraq and 2 years in Israel. After my first daughter was born, I temporarily decided to change career paths, so I got back in school, picked up another job, and then once we decided to move back out here to Vegas, I got hired on with the current company that I'm in, called Salient Operations Group, where we do corporate security and and close protection for the Raiders and the Aces. And basically, the license I'm applying for right now is just to become the QA for our sister company, Stratum.
What's it?
Stratum. Stratum.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Campbell?
This is Board Member Brown for the record. Mr. Campbell, based on something you just said, you're going to be the keyway for the new company. Are you going to be the qualifying agent for them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's currently being held by someone else, but we're in the process of switching out.
Oh, okay. That's, you didn't apply for that. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Board, are there any further questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Vance M. Campbell his individual private patrol officer license, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Have a great day.
And thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you. Okay, so agenda item number 24, it's Shaw. It's a very difficult name, so I don't want to get it wrong. It's up north. Okay, sir, can you please tell us a little bit about your business and the intentions with the license, and then slowly spell out your name and pronounce it? There we go. We can't hear you, sir. You have to push the button.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay. Hi, everyone. My first name is Shahryar, Shahriar. Last name is Amir Ghassem Khani. That's spelled AmirGhassem I go by Shaw. That's my nickname. It's also the name of the company. I started my company back in 2000 as a student at UC Berkeley. I started doing student events and got my license providing security for all those student events. We have, our specialty is special events. We also do brick and mortar buildings as well. Also do brick and mortar buildings, security as well. Over the last 25 years, I've become an expert in California as far as special events go, and a lot of our clients that do trade shows and conferences in the Bay Area and Southern California have asked us to start providing the same services in Nevada, specifically Las Vegas. So we had an opportunity to apply for our license here and expand our business to Nevada.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Shaw? Sorry.
Shaw's great.
Okay.
This is Board Member Brown for the record. Shaw, if I can call you that.
Please.
There's some issues with some tax liens over the years.
Yes.
I'm just kind of wondering, you've owned your business and been in business for 20 years, but you don't have the funds to pay those off?
No, different business entities.
Okay.
I was also involved with 2 different restaurant groups. I was a partner in them from 2007 to 2015. The tax matters were in regards to that. We are in process of an offer in compromise, and those liens are in non-collect status right now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Shaw? I have one for council. Since that is another business, would that affect, I mean, like if they made a judgment to collect, could they collect on both businesses?
I would have to receive additional information on the matter. I know that he mentioned on his, during the investigation, it mentions that that the applicant did provide documentation from the IRS to show an offer in compromise. The only lingering question I have to that is whether or not that was accepted, or did we receive any type of documentation confirming that that's no longer his financial responsibility. I think if that's been addressed, then the board has freedom or leave to vote how it sees fit on that, so long as that's addressed.
Investigator Diaz, do you have any of that paperwork?
Investigator Diaz for the record. Yes, I do have the paperwork from the IRS. It just states that the offer in compromise does show that he does not have to pay all these tax liens and judgments that we found. Those he does not have to pay because of the financial hardships. It was a full document, but going through it with myself and Vincent Saladino, that's all we gathered from it.
So it seems like it was approved by the IRS then. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Board, are there any further questions?
This is Board Member Brown for the record. I just want to make sure that that satisfies Council Harris, her concern.
Yes, given that that's not an outstanding financial responsibility that he has, the board has freedom based on everything else on his application as to how it wants to vote. But that does address my concerns, at least, on his background.
Thank you, Counsel.
Okay. So if there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I'm going to give this a shot. I move that we approve Shaw Security Management for a new corporate private patrol officer license and approve Shahryar Amir Ghasim Khani for his individual private patrol officer license, which will be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent. Mr. Amir Ghasim Khani is also to be approved as a corporate officer, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Thank you. Good job. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Basic seconds. Bezic seconds.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Shaw, and good luck to you.
Madam Chair, sorry, this new facility that we're in up here, our buttons are a little touchy. If you happen to hover your finger too close, it turns it off. So we're still learning.
No problem. Okay, what time? Agenda item number 25, ADC Ltd. Good morning. Please tell us a little bit about yourselves and intentions with the license here in Nevada. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for having us here today. My name is Arthur Jerome Cordova. I go by Jerome. We're ADC Limited. We're out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Yes, sorry about that. We're out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're a federal contractor providing federal security services for the FAA. We've covered their central region from Houston up to Detroit, and then we've covered the East Coast from Puerto Rico all the way up to Massachusetts. They've asked us to expand into the West Coast, and Las Vegas is one of the sites that is within that contract. And so we're here doing our part to be properly licensed in Nevada to provide the services for the FAA. We are a family-owned business, so okay. I'm the brother and two sisters.
Gotcha.
Guess who's the oldest? Little brother, by the way. And I'm Armanda, and it's Armanda. It's a little different. Cordova Busick. I'm president and CEO, And we've been doing business as a family for 39 years now. And it's grown, so we're actually now classified on the federal side as a large business, and we're really anxious to be able to expand, looking to provide services, as Jerome mentioned, on the West Coast, and this is considered part of the West Coast here in Nevada, so we would really appreciate your support in allowing us to expand here.
I'm Judy Cordova Romero. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm also one of the board members and owners of the company. Been with ADC for almost 18 years, and we are, as we said, anxious to continue to grow our company. We've had very successful opportunities across the country in several different states, and now we would like to be here in Nevada.
Board, are there any questions?
This is Board Member.
This is Board Member Cortez. Good morning. The employee that unfortunately resulted the company receiving a violation, what happened to that employee?
That was in 2016. We had an officer, one of our receptionists, let me start from the beginning. State of New Mexico.
Hang on one second. Did you say 2016?
I believe it was 2016 or 2019?
2019.
2019, sorry with that.
Got it.
It's 2019. Prior to that, the company owned the security guard cards. So our practice is we had a working relationship with the state, and we would call and verify status of the current cards and where they were at. Our receptionist reached out to the state, was asking for status of 2 cards for certain officers that were in the process. The charge is the receptionist identified herself as the guard, and she denied it. So we went through the hearing, we paid the fine because we didn't have proof whether she did or didn't. She was removed from the position, and we paid the fine to the state and continued doing business. Okay.
Any other board questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further board questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to approve ADC LDT NM, a new corporate private patrol officer license. Mr. Arturo J. Cordova approved for an individual private patrol license and that it be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent. Corporate officers to be approved are Arthur J. Cordova, Amanda B. Cordova Busick, and Judy A. Cordova Romero, all subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Congratulations, guys. Good luck to you.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Okay, agenda item number 26, James Correll. Good morning. You can have a seat. Please. Good morning, sir. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and intentions with the license. There you go.
So my name is James Franklin Crowell. I am currently the Vice President for Blackstone Consulting, Inc., out of Los Angeles, California. My background is I'm a retired special agent from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, where I served just a little over 28 years. Prior to that, I was a police officer in and for the city of Stockton, California. Prior to that, I was in the Air Force. The purpose of my application is to replace our prior qualified agent, Brad Murray, who was the overseer for the Beach Cities Protection and Investigation Services. Brad gave us notice And since it ultimately fell on me, I made the application to become that qualified agent. Blackstone Consulting owns Beach Cities, Private Protection, as well as a company called Blue Knight Protection.
You said you're out of California.
I have a residence here, and part of the requirement is that I'll be here to oversee the activities here moving forward.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Board, are there any further questions?
As Board Member Brown, for the record, Mr. Crowell, I just want to clarify, there was a citation for unlicensed activity with Blackstone Consulting, but was that actually Beach City? Because I'm seeing in our investigators' notes that Beach City paid a citation.
So Blackstone is the parent company at both Beach Cities and Blue Knight. The citation, I believe, was issued to Blackstone Consulting. And in all honesty, we didn't think we were operating outside the scope of the license. But unfortunately, that wasn't the finding, and I then authorized the payment of the fine in relationship to that citation.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Blackmore? What was the violation?
Yes, Investigator Blackmore for the record. So the violation was for Blackstone Consulting doing business for the Apple stores earlier this year in March.
Okay, so did they have a license at that time then?
No, so they were operating as Blackstone Consulting. They're not licensed with us at all.
Okay. Is Beach the other companies? They are?
Correct. So Blackstone Consulting is the parent company of Beach City. So Blackstone owns Beach City.
But Beach City did have a license?
Correct. Beach City has a license with us.
Got it. Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move that we grant...
This is Board Member Cortez. I do have one last question. My apologies. What's the status for the filing of the DBA?
So it has been filed.
Give me the breakdown. It's been filed as who doing what?
It is my understanding from our registered agent that the DBA was filed with Blackstone Protective Services / Beach Cities doing business as Blackstone Consulting, Inc.
Thank you very much.
So does that cover everybody then?
Investigator Blackmore for the record. So I did receive a copy of the DBA yesterday. We are going to end up talking about it a little bit afterward to see how they want to proceed as business here in Nevada, because that depends on whether, they want to pay their employees as Blackstone or Beach City. That depends on how they process forward the DBA or a trade name.
Okay, but then this license today, will this license today cover all of them or no?
It wouldn't cover all of them. It would just be for Beach City.
So we're moving forward with what's written on the agenda, not with what's given with the new information provided today.
Correct. He is aware that if in case he does decide to change anything, he'll do a corporate office, change of status application.
Understood. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. James F. Crowell, an individual private patrol officer license, and that it be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent for Beach City Investigation and Protective Service, Inc., license number 2122, all subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So the motion passes. Congratulations, sir. Good luck.
Can I say something, ma'am? Sure. On behalf of Blackstone Consulting and me personally, we would have never intentionally violated any law or regulation, and because of that, I'd like to offer my sincere apologies for us operating as a business without a license.
We appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Black. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, did I say motion approved? I'm getting looks. Okay, so motion approved. Congratulations again. Thank you. I might need the gavel. Okay, the next agenda item is agenda item number 27, BTA LLC. Just to start off with, please come up front. We did receive the fingerprints for everyone, so we can move forward. And we have William Roshek and Tatiana, Luzanska. Okay. Please tell us a little bit about yourselves and the intentions with the license.
My name is Bill Roshak. I spent 22 years with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. 15 of that was undercover, working on a surveillance squad for Homeland Security and Intelligence. Since retiring, I also did some work for several of the other private security companies around town. During that time, one of the owners had talked to me about canine handling. Since 2020, I've been working with, also working with Mel English with Maycor Canine. And part of my intention was to also have the canine handler license. Unfortunately, during the licensing or the testing period, my dog was still a little green. She didn't pass at that time, so I look forward to being able to get her a little more seasoned or more seasoned dog for a different test. At the time, the only thing that was available was explosive. And so whenever that is available again, I would test for that again as well.
Morning. My name is Tatiana Luzanska, and I'm just a managing member of the company.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions? Just to confirm, it is on the paperwork, but everything from the court case has been dismissed and taken care of?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, yes. I do have paperwork showing the dismissal of the civil suit.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown.
Board Member Cortez.
Go ahead.
Motioning to approve BTA LLC, a new corporate patrol, private patrol officer and private investigator license. Mr. William G. Roshek, to be approved for an individual private patrol officer and individual private investigator license, and that the license be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent. Members to be approved are William G. Roshek and Tatiana Lusansky, both subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
It's Board Member Brown. I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you guys. Thank you. Quick break here just to ask some questions for Executive Director. Okay, we're now in registration appeals. And so I'll ask, since people have been walking in, I am going to ask that when you come up, you let us, or do we just want to? Okay, if you weren't here earlier and sworn in, please stand up, and Council Harris is going to swear you in.
The idea is that if you weren't here around 9:00 a.m. to get sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand. And that includes in the north, too. All right, do you affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with agenda.
Rick thought we were on a break.
Board Member Brown had stepped out for a few moments. Can we hang tight?
Okay, yeah, since we're going into a new agenda category, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Thanks, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. Is everybody ready? Okay. Okay. Is there anybody that needs to get sworn in, or actually, when you come in and sit down for your portion, could you please just let us know that you've been sworn in? I think that's probably the best way. Oh, Council Harris isn't back. Be okay to go?
Are you here for the Private Investigators Licensing Board? Yes, correct. Okay, are you on our agenda?
Yeah, I got 7 o'clock in the morning through Adrian Cuevas.
Okay. Madam Chair, we have one member of the audience up here that's just walked in that needs to be sworn in.
Are there any other members of the chair that need to be sworn in? Or any other members that need to be sworn in? If you weren't here earlier and sworn in and you're going to testify or come up and talk to your work card, you need to get sworn in. Okay?
That's fine.
So we have one
Yes.
down here too.
That'd
So Council Harris, can we do that again? Please stand, sir. Up north, we can't see you, but if you could please stand.
And for both in the south and the north, please stand and raise your right hand. All right, do you affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll start with agenda item number 28, Woodrow Trice. Hello, sir. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Trice?
Good morning, Investigator Dumas for the record. The applicant was denied due to the assault with deadly weapon charge, along with numerous of drug possession charges, one being a confirmed felony by fingerprint results. Applicant only disclosed a couple of the charges and was denied.
Ma'am, hang on 1 second. She couldn't hear you real quick, so confirmed felon by what?
The confirmed felony by fingerprint results. The applicant only disclosed a couple of the charges and was denied. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal.
Thank you. So one quick question. Was he just denied when he admitted to the felony and then didn't put down the other charges just based off of the denial?
He
or were they
only
omitted from the
disclosed
application?
one. He disclosed a misdemeanor charge.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Trice?
This board member Cortez. Hi, Mr. Trice. Could you tell us why you failed to disclose all of your criminal history?
Why I
Failed to disclose any of your criminal history? Well, you disclosed one of them, but there you have a list of criminal background, like a criminal background.
they asked for the 2 felonies. Yes, they asked for the 2 felonies. That was, and that's what I disclosed. The 2 felonies 25 years ago.
Did you have any assistance filling out your application?
Did I have assistance? No.
Did you happen to read the entire packet of the application?
I may have missed something, but if they asked for more than that, that was all I saw was the 2 felonies.
Right. So did you do it online or did you do a paper one?
I came in. I didn't do it online.
Okay. So on the application, there is a specific page with a stop sign, and it specifically lists what it is that you have to list for your criminal history. And on there, it lists, even if it's been dismissed, or if it's a misdemeanor, or whatever, or the case is still pending, you had to list everything, not just your felonies.
I thought it said just...
So that's why I had asked you if you had read the application nice and slow, just to see that, but it sounds like you might have missed that page. Okay,
Yeah,
no further questions. Thank you.
I thought they were just asking for the felonies.
So can I get some clarification? Because I think some of the misdemeanors, or one of the misdemeanors and two of the felonies were listed. Are there more?
Oh, misdemeanors.
Hang on, sir.
The felony assault with a deadly weapon towards a peace officer was not disclosed. Neither was the felony for transfer of selling narcotics or controlled substance. Only the misdemeanor charge for which he was convicted.
I've only had 2 misdemeanors.
Okay, hang on. Let's work through this, okay? So the felony was not disclosed? Or the two felonies was disclosed?
Neither felonies were disclosed.
She's saying no felonies?
Hang on.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown. I think I may be able to clarify in talking to Investigator Dumas. In the initial application, he did not disclose 3 felonies, but did disclose a misdemeanor. Once the investigator contacted him, he then disclosed felonies.
Got it. Okay. So was he, but he wasn't given a provisional card because of the misdemeanor? Because on here it says he wasn't given a provisional because of the felonies.
Correct. He was never issued a provisional.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the board? Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Is Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose the entire criminal history?
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So it was denied.
Hang on. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you, gentlemen.
This Board Member Brown, aye.
Pezek, aye.
So the motion passes. Sir, I understand that once you were contacted, you disclosed your other information, okay? I understand that. The problem is when you're when you're submitting it for the very first time, when you hand it in, you have to give all of your arrests. And it very clearly states in the application, it doesn't matter if you were convicted or not, if you were arrested, you need to submit that in your application. You did not do that. Okay, that's a mistake, and we understand that. But our precedence of what we've done every single time is if you have not disclosed it, then we have to deny it. Okay, but you can come back to us in 1 year and disclose all of that information, and this should not be a problem. We hope to see you in 1 year, but please thoroughly read through the application and submit everything within that you have been arrested for, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day. Okay, agenda item number 29, Jordan Ramirez Hernandez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Hernandez?
The applicant was denied for his unlawful discharge of firearm charge from 2018. The applicant only disclosed the firearm arrest, was denied. He submitted an appeal in writing, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hernandez?
This Board Member Cortez, how you doing, Mr. Ramirez Hernandez?
Good.
Talk to me about the 2018. What were the circumstances of the unlawful discharge?
Basically, I was charged with just firing an armed weapon, endangering a person. I was just trying to obtain the firearm, and that was the only way I thought I could gain experience by shooting at that range. I thought it was free. I didn't have enough money to go inside the shooting range, and yeah, that's about it.
I'm a visual individual, okay, so I need to hear the story, like how it occurred. So you went to a fire range?
Yeah.
And so did you pay for the admission and you went behind? Did this happen before hours, after hours?
It was on Sloan. It was for free.
It was what?
It was for free. It was on Sloan right there by the freeway. The officer that pulled me, stopped me, told me that I was not in the line, but when I passed it, I passed through the sign that said with this area, it's okay to shoot there. But I guess in his eyes, I didn't pass the legal limit.
I'm going to need a little bit of clarification. So you left the fire range and then you got pulled over?
Yeah.
So an officer followed you?
Yeah, he waited until I got out of the area to stop me.
Okay. Investigator Dumas, do we happen to have the police report for that incident?
I was unable to obtain a police report. This was out of Good Springs.
Do we have court minutes regarding the 2018 case?
Yes, I have court minutes for that.
Which part do I need? Board indulgence. Investigator Dumas, what was the location of the incident and time?
The only thing that the minutes mention is that his charge was the discharge of a firearm or other weapon where person might be endangered.
There's no verbiage regarding outdoor, indoor, dwelling?
Correct. It does list a victim, which was a witness. He or she was paid restitution by the applicant.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the story, you saw someone who had a weapon, you wanted to gain weapons experience. You took the weapon from them and went to go shoot and you were caught?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I was just trying to practice because I was trying to elevate where I worked at as a security. I wanted to get the firearm, the guard card firearm.
Okay.
So I was trying to practice, and I didn't have enough funds to actually pay for a shooting range. So one of my friends recommended me to go to that range where it was for free, which was on Sloan.
Okay. And you were outside of the range when you were picked up?
Yeah, I was outside of the range.
Okay. And then who is the victim? How are they involved in this?
I don't remember who it was. It was an officer. He said that the bullet, when I was practicing, it ricocheted on his car. Well, in my eyes, I don't believe that happened, but because there was other cars and it only hit his. He said that it only hit his, but there was a lot of cars behind me, and none of them got hit, only his. So.
Okay, so when you were shooting, there was a claim, because you were outside of the range, there was a claim that your bullet ricocheted and hit someone's personal vehicle.
Yeah.
Got it. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Dak Harris for the record. Just wanted to ask a question for Investigator Dumas. The minutes that you are reviewing, are those the sentencing minutes?
Yes, this is the disposition for his 2018 case.
Okay, and by any chance, do the minutes reflect that he entered into a guilty plea agreement? If it doesn't say, that's fine. I mean, I just need to know if there's...
They do say he was sentenced to 90 days, along with the restitution.
Okay, so it only speaks as to only the disposition. You don't have any other minutes of any other related hearings?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is Board Member Brown. I'm sorry, this is Board Member Brown. I have a bigger issue, which is the failure to disclose a 2011 felony robbery in the first degree. Although the gentleman was a juvenile at the time, he failed to disclose it. I know Board Member Cortez is more familiar with the verbiage on that page, but does it list juvenile offenses also?
Board Member Brown, are you referring to the application as far as what gets listed and what doesn't get listed?
Correct. I don't remember off the top of my head if it lists juvenile convictions.
So I have it pulled up here, and that's exactly what I was looking for as well. And what it says, it's the first bullet point, list all charges regardless of how long ago the incident occurred, even if they, second bullet point, even if they occurred in a different state.
But it doesn't mention juvenile?
That would cover, list all charges regardless of how long ago the incident occurred, period.
Thank you.
And Dak Harris, for the record, just as a reminder to the board for its past precedent, applicants are still expected to list all law enforcement contact, arrests, convictions, even if they were minors. That could be a special note on the application, but they are still expected to list it. And you've had prior applicants who have been denied for failure to disclose even for items that occurred when they were minors.
This is Board Member Brown for the record. Thank you, ladies, for the clarification. Therefore, Mr. Ramirez-Hernandez, why did you fail to list that felony robbery charge?
To being sincere, I totally forgot about that.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial for Jordan Ramirez-Hernandez based on failure to disclose felony charges.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes. Sir, you will not get your work card today, but you do have an opportunity to come in a year and reapply. Just make sure that you list all the things that we questioned. Okay? Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Glenn Ford. Good morning. Just to confirm, because you're a little bit behind the poll for me, were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Ford?
The applicant was denied due to the weapons charge from 2022. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today.
Thank you. Board, any questions for Mr. Ford?
Is Board Member Cortez, I do have a question for Investigator Dumas. What's the status of the court case? While you're looking that up, Mr. Ford, why did you fail to disclose the remainder contact of law enforcement criminal history?
Because what actually happened when I was, I guess, arrested for it, it wasn't my firearm, and I was only arrested. I wasn't charged. I was only.
Hang on, you misunderstood my question. Why did you fail to disclose the other law enforcement history, contact with law enforcement? You have a 1996 case, 97 case, 98 case, and a 2000 case.
96. I don't know. I forgot about the. I forgot about those ones, but all the other ones I submitted. And then once the one I talked to the POB lady that told me about it, I didn't know, so I printed out all of my information that I needed so I can bring it in so I wouldn't forget anything. I can have everything in writing. I have all my stuff here.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Do we have an update, Investigator Dumas?
The case is out of Riverside. Investigator Swarthow and I sent the applicant an email to provide us with court documents. He never submitted them. I was unable to obtain those as well. It does cost us money, which is why I asked the applicant to get those for me. And yeah, I haven't received anything to date.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Ford, what's the status of your case?
I don't have any open cases.
So the one count of CCW and a weapon, you're not pending court?
No, I wasn't. I was never charged with it. I was never charged with it. There was no court date, no anything.
Do you recall any kind of law enforcement contact sometime in January 2 years ago?
Yes.
What happened?
Okay. Actually, me and my girlfriend was headed to California. I had just picked her up from work. And it was like, as soon as we got off the freeway, we got pulled over for tinted windows. And it was actually her firearm. But since I was the owner of the vehicle, they arrested both of us. And it was in my firearm. It wasn't in my possession. It was just in my car. So,
Did you go to court?
No, I didn't have a court date or nothing. I had bail. We bailed out. I didn't have anything. But I had hired a lawyer. Because because of it, and the lawyer is the one who told me who did everything. They threw it out.
So there was a court case.
Now, from my understanding, when I talked to the lawyer, he said no. They dropped the charges, so there was no court date.
So in order for someone to drop the charges or the DA to drop the charges, there has to be a court hearing.
Yeah.
Or the case doesn't even go to court. But it doesn't sound like we know exactly what the status is.
Yeah.
No further questions. Thank you.
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Ford, I have questions for you. You applied with us in August 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you were denied at that time?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm pretty sure our investigators at that time told you why you were denied and that if you applied again, you needed to disclose everything. On the information that we have, I show 7 charges and you only admitted or listed the most recent one in 2022. I would believe in 2022 when you applied, our investigators told you that you had to list all of those previous charges and you failed to do that. Can you tell me why you failed to do that?
Actually, I didn't remember, or I wasn't privy to all of them. And when I was told again, just so I wouldn't make any mistakes on remember any of them, I had my lawyer look it up for me, and he sent me the email. So I printed them out, and I had missed a couple of, I guess, investigators' phone calls or emails. So she called me when I was at work, And then I was like, so I made sure that I had printed everything out, so once I come for the hearing, I can have everything, so I won't miss anything. So I do have everything with me now. I wasn't able to email her to her in time, but I did bring it with me today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
And this is Bezic. I move we uphold.
Board Member Court. Go ahead, Mr. Besic.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of full arrest record.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This Board Member Cortez seconding the motion, also noting that we have a 2022 case, time and distance.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. So you have your printout now. Please, you have an opportunity to apply again in a year. Please use that printout, and if there's any other issues or any other interactions with law enforcement, please make sure that you have that information as well. You have to put down everything. So all the stuff that's listed on your current application, hopefully you have a copy of that. You'll need to list that, anything that you have there. If you have any questions, the office is willing to help you. So please, sit down with them, ask to have an appointment, and get that support, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, agenda item number 31, Julio Gonzalez. Good morning. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Gonzalez?
The applicant was denied due to him listing a strong armed robbery offense on his application. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today. The applicant's fingerprints only show a 2009 traffic arrest, so I wasn't able to see an outcome or disposition for the strong armed robbery.
And to be clear, that was in 1985?
According to the applicant, yes, 1985.
Okay. But then nothing came back on the prints showing. It was just an arrest at the...
Correct.
Okay. No, it was listed.
This Board Member Cortez, Investigator Dumas, just for clarification, in the summary, we have the fingerprints show a 2009 traffic arrest, that was not disclosed. Is that how I'm reading this correctly?
That's correct. The severity of that is unknown.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, what happened in 2009? What's the traffic arrest about?
I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and they stopped me for tinted windows.
What was the disposition? What happened?
They stopped me for tinted windows, and then that's when I found out that because of tickets, my license was suspended. So I got all that straightened out as soon as I knew what was going on.
Do you have to pay a fine?
Yes, I did pay a fine.
Any jail time?
No.
Is there a reason why you didn't list that?
I didn't think it was a felony, or I was never told it was a felony or a misdemeanor or anything like that.
Okay, understood. Fair enough. Thank you.
Questions? Board, any further questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown.
This Board Member Cortez, I am going to motion to approve Mr. Gonzalez's appeal, granting him the work card.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Brown. I'll second. Also, on the traffic arrest, that may have been an infraction, why it's not showing up. Even though it was an arrest, it may have been served as an infraction. So second the motion to grant the appeal based on disclosure of his felony.
Thank you for the clarification.
So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So the office will contact you for next steps to get your work card, okay?
All right, thank
All
you.
right,
God
thank
bless
you.
you guys.
Yep, have a great day.
Have a blessed day.
Okay, agenda item number 32, Darnell Coleman. And by the way, for the record, while Mr. Darnell's coming up, Investigator Dumas, I know this is your first meeting. You're doing a fantastic job, so thank you. Okay. Could you please tell us, Investigator Dumas, why we're here for Mr. Coleman?
The applicant was denied for multiple felonies in both California and Nevada, most recently having been in the Nevada state prison system. He didn't disclose all arrests. Applicant is aware of the denial that happened at the time of application. He submitted a written appeal. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today. The undisclosed arrests were found on his fingerprint results. The applicant applied back in February of 2010, was denied for felony convictions, and he did not appeal at that time.
Ms. Board Member Cortez, Investigator Dumas, did you say that he did or did not disclose?
He did not disclose all of them.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Coleman?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Coleman, why did you fail to disclose 2 of your charges?
Mr. Brown, to be frank with you, I have a lot of charges. I try to remember the most worst charges. If I didn't put something down there, it was because it slipped my mind. And yeah, that's, I listed all of the big charges, maybe a traffic stop or if I can think about it, maybe a grand larceny that I didn't put on there, but I tried to put all of I even had another separate piece of paper to write down the rest of my charges because the lady at the office told me that I need to write down everything that I can remember. So everything that I can remember, I wrote down, sir.
Okay, sir, just as a matter of fact, there's a 2012 felony abuse, neglect, or endanger of a child that you failed to list. As a former child abuse investigator, I find that to be a serious one. I think you could have remembered that one maybe.
I honestly thought I put that down there, sir. That was a court case with my daughter. And I thought I believed I put that down there. If I didn't, that was an honest mistake, and I'm gonna accept the consequences.
Thank you for that. I forgot to ask when you sat down, you have been sworn in, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Because I see people coming in. Okay. Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Coleman?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Coleman, what was your release date?
For that, I just
For the
went.
2018 case.
Can you read?
The 3 counts of possession to sell, schedules 1, 2.
I've been out of prison for 5 years now.
Okay, so 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of the full arrest record.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
As Board Member Brown, I will second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Have a great day. Motion passes. Okay, agenda item number 33, Aaron Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks. Good morning, sir. Good morning still.
Good morning.
Investigator Dumas, do you want to tell us why we're here for Mr. Hendricks?
Applicant was denied due to the prohibited person with firearm charge. The applicant is currently on Nevada parole and probation supervision since July 25th, 2022, with an end expiration date of April 21st, 2027 for his robbery and burglary with deadly weapon charges. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today. I found 2 cases out of San Bernardino Superior Court. The charges match up with arrest on the applicant's fingerprints, which he was not found guilty by reason of insanity and was committed to a mental health facility.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hendricks?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Hendricks, a question we've been asking everybody so far. Why did you fail to disclose your felonies?
The felonies as far as in San Bernardino, I put all my felonies on there.
Well, Mr. Hendricks, I show on the paperwork that I have 8 felony charges. None of them show that you disclosed them, going back to 1996.
Oh, when I fill up, I put all the felonies all the way from when I was younger on there.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Hendricks?
Yes. Tell me which one.
Sir, it's for the board.
Oh, sorry about that.
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Hendricks, I just want to confirm your answer. You said you did disclose all of your felonies?
Yes.
Okay. So unfortunately, our investigator has our notes that you have disclosed none of your felonies. So that's why both myself and Board Member Brown were asking what that situation was. And then I also just want to confirm, you are actively on probation or parole?
Parole.
Okay. Due to expire in 2027?
2025. I don't know where they get 27 from.
Okay. All right.
Sir, did you disclose those when the investigator called you and talked to you about your record?
When I went to fill out for the PI, I disclosed, and when I went up there to be a security guard, I disclosed it then.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Did you just say kitty guard?
No.
Security guard.
Oh, security
I said
guard.
security guard.
Got it. I heard kitty guard. Got it. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose, and we have an active case with probation term or parole due to term April 21st of 2027.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Brown. I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So, sir, unfortunately, at this time, you won't be able to get your work card. I think probably your best bet is to wait until your parole is completed and you have that documentation. You can take that documentation as well as your current application and where it has listed all of your instances with law enforcement to help support you do your next application, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. You have a great day.
As well.
Okay. Agenda item number 34, Drake Owens. Good morning, sir. Okay. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Owens?
Applicant was denied due to the felony convictions, which he served prison sentences for in Kent and Oakland counties in Michigan. Applicant only disclosed a couple of the charges and was denied. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Owens?
Board Member Cortez, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Owens, why did we fail to disclose all of the history?
I called the courts, the record department, and whatnot, and they tried to get the dates and years. I couldn't find them. They couldn't find them for me. A lot of them, Michigan is sponges a lot of records, so a lot of them I could not reach. But I called Kent, Oakland, and Wayne County, and they couldn't give me no answers, no dates, and anything. So therefore, I put down what I could.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on full disclosure of previous criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. So, sir, same thing I've been telling other folks is that you have an opportunity to apply again in 1 year, and now you have all of your criminal history and the dates.
I wrote down what they gave me. I put it on paper, and I also explained on the application that I couldn't give a lot of answers or questions of the dates because it was over 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So therefore, I couldn't do the research if the court didn't give them to me or the record department didn't give it to me. How am I gonna find anything out?
This is Board Member Cortez. So here's my suggestion to you. You don't have to be so specific on the dates. We totally get it. And as we age, I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday. So I completely get that. But if you put down something, we all remember if we got in handcuffs, if we did a day, if we sat in jail for a few minutes, we do remember that.
Yes.
So that's all we ask. We ask that you at least disclose it. If you're off by a day, at least you disclosed it.
Or a couple of years even.
I couldn't
See
find,
what I'm saying?
I couldn't find out anything at the time, and when I still call, I still don't get no answers to the question.
But you have the answers now because they ran your fingerprints in your application that's been turned in, and you can work with the office to get that information.
Yes.
They have all of that information for you now, so you have an opportunity next time when you fill it out.
So I need to call the office to find out the information?
Yes, they'll help you, okay? All right,
Okay,
they're a
thank
great group, so just work with them and they'll help you, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Okay, so we have agenda item number 35. They withdrew, so we'll move on to agenda item number 36. Jordan Phillips. Okay, sir, since there's been people walking in, going forward, I'm going to ask, have you been sworn in? Yes. Okay, thank you. Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Phillips?
The applicant was denied due to the 2 felony charges from 2018. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today.
Okay, board, are there questions for Mr. Phillips?
This is Board Member Cortez. Good morning, Mr. Phillips. What's the status of probation? Positive termination? Investigator Dumas, do we have any status?
Okay, so you have to speak up because she's taking notes. Okay. Okay.
Completed probation.
Okay. Investigator Dumas, do we have any confirmation on that?
Confirmed by his fingerprint results.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Phillips. Okay, hearing there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
It's Board Member Cortez motioning to grant Mr. Phillips's appeal and grant him the work card.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Brown, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes. You will get your work card. The office will contact you and tell you next steps, okay?
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
All right, thank you. Okay, agenda item number 37. Can I ask where we're at in the schedule? Are we on schedule? We're on schedule? Okay. Good morning. I'm going to ask if there's anybody that's, because there's people walking in, if there's anybody that's walked in, should we just go ahead and do another? Okay. If there's anybody that's just recently walked in and you plan to testify today, could you please stand and get sworn in?
And that includes in the north as well. Please stand and raise your right hand if you just walked in. Okay, do you affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Jones?
The applicant was denied due to the possession of controlled substances charges. Applicant only disclosed a couple of these charges and was denied. He submitted a written appeal, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today. The applicant's convicted person's registration, the NRS 179C, does not seem to match his current address on the application, and it's not up to date.
Okay, so I'm sorry, he has to register for something and he's not up to date?
Correct.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Jones?
Board Member Cortez, Mr. Jones, were you aware that your address is not current?
Oh,
Yeah, he's good.
yes, 1930 Joyful Street, Las Vegas, 89115.
So I don't know who you need to follow up with, but you might need to follow up with the appropriate individuals that apparently, whatever registration you need to adhere to, the addresses do not match. So I just want to let you know on that. My next question to you is there a reason why, or what was the reason why you failed to disclose your entire criminal history?
I did. I tried to explain everything, from far back, from 80, I believe it was 85, 86. I did, I did prison time, my first time going to prison, and all the way up until I got out 2002. And I ain't been in trouble. I got off parole in 2003. I ain't been in trouble with the law, just a speeding ticket for truck driving. That's about it.
Understood. So unfortunately, the investigation revealed that all of 2 arrests were made, or arrests were disclosed. The rest were not. And we do have 2 pages worth. So that's why I was asking what all you disclosed. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Board, any further questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose the full history, criminal history.
Okay. Wow. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Brown. I will second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So, sir, same thing I told the other folks. You have an opportunity. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You're welcome.
Have a great day. Next agenda item is agenda item number 38. King Paul. I can't pronounce your last name. Atafili. Thank you. Good morning. Okay, Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Atafili?
The applicant disclosed his felony arrest along with his conviction at the time that he applied. The applicant is here to appeal.
Board, are there any questions?
This board member Cortez, Mr. Atofeli. What were the circumstances behind the 2008 case, the robbery involving the firearm?
So it was a second-degree robbery back in 2008 in Anaheim, California. A couple guys on the street back in, those stupid days. So yeah, now I'm just trying to, I got a family of my own now and trying to work righteously.
I appreciate the honesty. Thank you.
Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Atofili? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of arrest history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board member Cortez, I'll second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You'll get your work card. These folks will call you and tell you next steps, okay? Congratulations. Good luck to you. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Okay, looks like we don't have Timothy Lee. So
Mr.
we'll
Lee is
trail
up here in
that.
the north. Madam Chair, Mr. Lee is up here in the north. I'm sorry, we didn't hear you call his name.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good morning, good morning still, Mr. Lee. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Lee?
Investigator Cuevas for the record. So the applicant was denied for his 1982 felony convictions. The applicant did disclose all arrests and was not made provisional. He is here to appeal today.
Thank you. Board, any questions for Mr. Lee? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Mr. Lee's appeal so he can get his work card.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir, and good luck to you. The office will contact you for next steps. Agenda item number 40, Patrick Sweeney. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, the applicant was denied for his disclosed 2003 felony conviction. He was not made provisional and was aware of the denial and is here to appeal.
Thank you. Board, any questions for Mr. Sweeney? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This board member Cortez motioning to grant Mr. Sweeney's appeal based on full disclosure.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, sir. You'll get your work card, and the office will help you, and they'll call you for next steps, okay?
Thank you so much. I won't let you down.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, sir, you're good. Okay, agenda item number 41, Leon Billups. Good morning, sir. Yes, please. And you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Billups?
Yes, the applicant was denied for failure to disclose. He was made provisional and was on the roster for Universal Protection Group. The fingerprint report does not list a disposition or severity for the charges. I did contact Mr. Billups for court documents, but he was not able to obtain them.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Billups?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Billups, do you happen to have court documents today?
I have them on my phone. They sent me a text saying that they couldn't find any documents on me since it's been so long, and it would cost me a lot of money for them to do further.
And it was an email that was sent to you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you happen to forward that on over to the investigator?
No.
No? Okay. No worries. Second question, is there a reason why you failed to disclose the 1980 case?
Well, I had put so many applications in for different other agencies that asked for a background check, and I received my government secret clearance, and I've been working on government installations, and I work on Navy ships and Military Sealift Command, which is a Navy branch of the Navy ships, and I didn't think that little stop that was necessary.
So I'm glad you said the word stop. And the reason why is that, and I'm going to show you because I wasn't able to show it before. On the application, there is an actual page, one page fully dedicated, and it looks exactly like that. And on that page, it has bullet points that you are to list all charges regardless of how long the incident occurred, what state it occurred in, what the disposition is, whether or not you were placed in handcuffs, and whether or not you were expunged, dismissed, denied, or even if it fell under the California PC 1203.4 code. That's why I was asking if maybe perhaps you overlooked that page.
Yes, I did overlook that page.
Okay. And that's understandable. Thank you.
Okay, board, any further questions for Mr. Billups? Okay, here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial based on failure to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So you're not going to get your work card today, and it's we want to put you to work. So it's unfortunate that you didn't read through the application and stop and list that that case. Even if you don't know the exact dates or times, if you list that you have something, then we're able to work with that, right? Because at least you tried. Unfortunately, at this time, we can't move forward because of that. You can apply again in 1 year, and you have the information now, so you're able to document that on your application.
Well, that information that they sent me was, it was no charges on it. It was just, they stopped me and just a routine check saying I looked like somebody that they were looking for. And that's where the whole thing derived from.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you didn't get that information to the board or to the office? Did you get that to them?
I sent some information in.
So you didn't send your email in?
The email, I didn't send it in. I got it on my phone here.
Okay, so you needed to get it in before this hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so again, you're more than welcome to apply again in a year and submit all of that information as well as this here, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 42, Daniel Sundell. Is there a Mr. Sundell? Okay. We'll go ahead and trail that. Agenda item number 43, Devon Howard Dublin. There, Mr. Dublin. Okay, we'll trail. Agenda item number 44, Quentin Brazier. Okay. We'll trail. Agenda item number 45, Edward Guy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you all.
Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
Huh?
For Guy, Edward Guy?
Yes, Mr. Guy, sorry.
Yes, so the applicant was denied for failure to disclose several out-of-state arrests going back from 1980 all the way until 2012. He was not made provisional and he wishes to appeal today.
So that I'm clear, did he list all of the arrests?
No, none of them were listed.
No, okay, thank you. Sir, have you been sworn in?
Yep.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Guy?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Guy, good morning still. Why did we fail to disclose your criminal history?
I came here in Nevada in May of 2021.
Hang on one second, can you guys hear? No, you have to push the button, sir. There you go. There you go.
I came here in 2021 from the state of Minnesota. And I thought that you wanted me to list the criminal history that I had in this state. I mean, I've lived in maybe 6 states in the U.S. now. And I've never had a felony. I've never had a convicted misdemeanor. Understood. And so why would I remember every time I got arrested and it was dismissed? So I don't remember all that. All I know is I've lived pretty much a perfect life. I haven't had no felonies. I come here, I got robbed by the police. I know we all want to think this is the perfect world. They robbed me, they put a trespassing charge on me for absolutely no reason.
Okay, sir.
Other than...
So we're trying to determine why you didn't list your arrest.
I just explained that to you, ma'am. I've never been convicted of anything except the DWI in another state.
Okay.
I was thinking you wanted the history of your state.
Okay.
Not every state I've lived in.
Okay, so sir.
And I have no...
Sir, thank you. Thank you. Okay. If you had gone through the application thoroughly, it states very clearly to stop and list all convictions and or arrests, all of them. It doesn't say...
That would be impossible.
Sir?
For me.
Well, then that seems like a personal problem to me. Okay? Thank you. Board, are there any further questions?
I mean, that's why you deny me,
Sir?
right? Because I didn't list
Sir,
every
we're
time.
not done yet.
I just want to know why you are denying me my card because I got arrested.
I have
So
not
way back-
denied you yet, nor has the board, but stand by.
I am.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Guy? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Is Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose numerous convictions?
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Now you've been denied. Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, well, you...
Sir, we're done. Thank you.
Can I have the same...
May I, Madam Chair?
Right, you know, you didn't tell me how I can get these records like you told everyone else and come back next year. That's all I'm waiting.
Okay, well, you have an opportunity in 1 year to come back and apply.
Oh.
You have all of the information now. Feel free to utilize the office to do so. But I would suggest that you have a much better attitude to do that. Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day.
All right, ma'am. My attitude isn't bad. Everything I told you happened. I was stopped and robbed by the police. All my ID took it.
Thank you, sir.
And a
Have a
trespass put on
wonderful
me.
day.
I don't have no felonies. I haven't committed any crimes I've been convicted of. That makes no sense.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day.
All right, you too.
Bless you.
Bless you. Okay, agenda item number 46, Charles Moshman? Thank you, sir. And just to be clear, you have been sworn in? Okay, thank you. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Moshman?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his disclosed 1996 felony conviction from New York. He disclosed all arrests, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal.
Board, any questions for Mr. Moshman? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Moshman's appeal for the registration card.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is based off the fact that we actually did disclose the all arrest. Okay.
Board Member Cortez motioning based on full disclosure and well over time and distance. It's a 1996 case.
Okay. Great. Hearing there are no further questions, we have a motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I'm sure you will be granted your work card. The office will contact you for next steps. Thank you very much.
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his 2011 misdemeanor manufacture possess dangerous weapon. The applicant unfortunately did not disclose the arrest on his application. He was made provisional and was on the roster for Staff Pro Incorporated, and he wishes to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hudson?
Board Member Cortez, Mr. Hudson, why'd you fail to disclose the 2011 case?
I just forgot to put it on the paperwork. I was getting ready to write it, but I skipped that to finish the other one, then go back on it.
Understood. Thank you for the honesty on that.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial for Raymond Hudson based on failure to disclose.
Board Member Cortez seconding that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to approve your request, but again, just like with everybody else, you have an opportunity to apply again in 1 year. You have your information, so good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 48, Juan Carter. Oh, sorry, that actually is postponed. Agenda item number 49, we have Frank Paratori. Tee up north.
No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll go ahead and trail that. Agenda item number 50, Larry Glaze. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Just for clarification, have you been sworn in, sir? Yes. Okay, thank you. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Paratori?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his listed felony and weapons convictions. He did disclose all arrests and was not made provisional. The applicant was previously denied in 2022 for failure to disclose, and his denial was upheld at the March 2022 board meeting. He's here now, reapplying with full disclosure.
Board, any questions for Mr. Paratori? Glaze? Okay, sorry. Is there any further questions for Mr. Glaze? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Glaze, welcome back. Thank you for doing exactly what we asked you to do. With that said, I am going to motion to grant Mr. Glaze's appeal based on full disclosure.
Yep. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Your mic's not on.
Bezic seconds. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming back. Yep, the office will contact you, okay? Thank you. I know. Okay. Agenda item number 51, Talani. One more time? Thank you. I'm so sorry. Okay, Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his disclosed felony and weapons convictions. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Puimano?
This is Board Member Cortez. I do have a question. Hi. How long have you been in Nevada?
I've been in Nevada for 3-4 months.
3-4 months?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And do we have a job lined up? Potential?
Potential, yes. A few potentials, actually.
Like what?
There's the man that just left Atafele. He has his own security company, and he was waiting for me to get my card, and he was going to hire me as well. And not only that, I've been working for Express Services. I've been working there weekly, like,
okay.
Now.
Any intention of applying for a guard with firearm?
No.
Okay, because I want you to consider, just keep in mind of your background, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm very aware of that.
Okay,
I
perfect.
wasn't even considering that at all.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Board, any further questions? I'll address that. Any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, we'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Fuimaono,
Yes, ma'am.
his appeal.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So you will get your work card, but I do have to caution you, and please talk to your friend.
Yes.
Because he has this work card, or because you have this work card, that does not allow you to have your own business as a security company.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So they have to go through a different process. So make sure that he's not doing his own business and you're not joining him, because both of y'all will be in trouble.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't.
Okay?
I shouldn't even mention that.
No, it's okay. Just talk to him, though. We're glad we know.
Oh, it's good, though, so I can inform him, so
There you go.
no mistakes are made further.
Yep, so come and see these guys in the office, and they'll help you through that process.
Okay.
Because we would love to see you have your own company, right? But make sure you do it the right way. This card does not give you that access, okay?
I appreciate it.
All right, awesome.
You
Thank
guys
you.
have a great day.
Yep, you too. Congratulations. Okay, agenda item number 52. At Adnan Maswadi. Okay,
He's here in the north.
I think they're trying to get him to the front. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay. I just want to clarify, you have been sworn in?
Yes, I sworn in.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his undisclosed 1996 weapons conviction from California. He was made provisional but was not added to a company roster. When in contact with the applicant, he did provide court documents to show the case was dismissed under California Penal Code 1203.4 in June of 2015. While speaking with him, he did explain to me that he was under the impression because it was dismissed or per that PC in California, he didn't have to disclose it on our application.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Maswadi?
This is Board Member Brown, Mr. Maswadi. Based on what the investigator just said, it sounds like you missed the page in our application that says stop, disclose every contact, every arrest, even if it was reduced or dismissed by California PC 1203.4. Did you miss that?
Case, she told me we threw the case from the file, so I assumed that there's no case.
Okay, well, unfortunately, there is a case. Okay, so you're going to have to disclose that if you apply again, if you're denied today.
Okay, Board, are there any further questions? Okay, hearing no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial for Adnan Maswade's registration based on failure to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Sir, unfortunately, at this time, we will not be granting your work card. You do have an opportunity to work with the office in 1 year to reapply, and now you have your information and understand our disclosure requirements. Thank you. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 53, Charles Watson. Good morning still, Mr. Watson. And you've been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Watson?
Yes. The applicant was denied for his listed felony and weapons convictions from 1970s and 1980. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Okay. And so just to be clear, everything was listed?
Yes, everything was listed and disclosed.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Watson? Hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Is Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Watson's appeal? And also want to note for the record, this is why it makes it very difficult when we have to deny when you don't list your criminal history. We have a gentleman who's listed criminal history from the 1970s.
Yeah.
With that said, I am going to motion to approve the appeal.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Again, thank you so much for listing all of your information. That certainly helps us approve. We always want to see people go back to work. Your request has been granted. The office will contact you for next steps, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day. Are we in time? Okay. Agenda item number 54, Frankie Abel. Mr. Abel? Okay, we'll trail that. Agenda item number 55, Randall Sanchez Raul.
He's here in the north, Madam Chair, making his way up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, Mr. Ruelo?
Sanchez Ruelo.
Sanchez Ruelo, good morning. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Sanchez Ruelo?
Yes, the applicant was denied for his felony conviction from 2003. He did not disclose any of his arrest and was not made provisional. The applicant wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Sanchez Ruelo?
Yeah, this is Bezic. Sir, why did you not list your arrests?
Press the button, sir. Little white button on your left. It'll turn red.
They're trying to get him to press it.
Is red, rojo?
Okay, so will I actually speak?
Yes. Don't hold it.
Oh,
Press it.
sorry. I did list it on my arrest, and also I did remember actually asking for forgiveness about my actually convictions I had in the past years, and I submitted all that those documents to the to Vegas to Adriana Cuevas, but that's what
So he did not initially disclose on his application. After he was denied and received the denial letter is when he reached out to list out his arrests, but they were not listed on his application.
So to be clear, so he did an application, they ran his fingerprints came up, he got the denial letter, and then he sent in his information.
Correct.
Okay, so sir, okay, any further questions from the board?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Sanchez Ruelo, why did you fail to disclose prior to the denial letter?
Well, I actually wrote a letter to the PIAOB too, and I sent it to Cuevas, and that.
Before or after the denial?
I don't remember after that denial, because I appealed it though,
Okay,
and then I
so-
sent it in. Sorry, I sent it in to you
No,
guys.
that's okay. We're clear on it. We're clear that you sent the letter after the denial. That was my question.
Yes, and I did list it.
Thank you.
Oh.
Board, are there any further questions? Okay, hearing there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on failure to list the arrest record.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
It's Board Member Brown, I'll second.
So we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Sir, the issue is, just so you understand, is that you did disclose it, but it's after your fingerprints were ran and we found it. So when you initially submitted your application, that's when you needed to note that you had arrest. Does that make sense? Okay. So because you did not initially disclose or tell us all of your arrest, that's when it became an issue that you didn't give us all the information and you were denied.
Okay.
Correct? Okay. So now you have the information, and if you work with the office, you can apply again in 1 year, and they will help you through the application process, okay?
So how would I do that, if you don't mind me asking, though? Could you please kind of explain to me how would I do that, though? I mean, how would I be able to ask for an apology?
You can reapply in 1 year. You would start all over again in 1 year.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty then. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck to you. Uh-huh. Okay, agenda item number 56, Anna Abreu. Good morning, ma'am. Okay, Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Abreu?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for failure to disclose her arrest history and felony conviction. The applicant was made provisional and was on the roster for Universal Protection Service. She did, after being denied, provide me with court documents for all of the arrests that were listed on the fingerprint report, and she's here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, any questions for Ms. Abreu?
This board member Cortez, Ms. Abreu, why did you fail to disclose your criminal history until after the denial letter?
Well, out of all due respect, I was taking the test and I had to go to use the restroom. So when I went to go use it, I was doing it in my car, in which I did explain to Mrs. Cuevas that I had thought I had done that. Apparently I didn't do it. So when I had gotten a call and an email from Allied, because I was working with them, they told me that my job was to be terminated. I'm like, what happened? So I had to give Mrs. Cuevas a call, in which I did. When I contacted her, she filled me in on the situation. And I told her I thought I did that, and she says, no, I didn't. So I asked her the years in which I got all the contacts. I did show her it, and I do have all the dismissals in which I thought everything was expunged. So it's all right here. And too, by me working with other jobs doing my fingerprints, everything I went through, I did it for family assistance, and I guess this one was totally different. So I really love this job, and as I explained it with her too, I love working with them.
Board, any further questions for Ms. Abreu? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial for Anna Abreu's registration for a work card based on failure to disclose.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pezek seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Unfortunately, at this time, we will not be able to grant your work card. Same as everyone else, you have the information now. Please make sure when you come back, you have an opportunity in 1 year to come back and reapply, put in all the information, and we'll be able to move forward.
So when would that 1 year be, as of today, or?
1 year from today, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 57, Sharia Austin. Ms. Austin, anything up north?
No, ma'am.
We'll trail that item, and it looks like agenda item number 58, James Pendleton, was postponed. Yes. Then we have agenda item number 59, Devon Patterson. Davion Patterson. Okay. We'll go ahead and trail that. And then agenda item number 60, Tamara Johnson, has been withdrawn. Okay. So what we're going to do right now is go back to the items that we trailed at the beginning of this page, and then we'll take a quick 10-minute break and then continue on. So I have agenda item number 42, 43, 44, maybe 46? 49, 54? Anything on the previous pages?
57 and 59.
Okay. Nothing on the previous pages? Okay, so agenda item number 42, Daniel Sundell. Okay. 10 a.m. Agenda item number 43, Devon Howard Dublin. Okay. Agenda item number 44, Quentin Brazier. Agenda item number 49, Frank Patori. Agenda item number 54, Frankie Abel. Agenda item number 57, Shira Austin. Agenda item number 59, Devon Patterson. Okay. Those agenda items that were trailed earlier and that I just called out were supposed to be here at 10 a.m. Since they are not here in the audience, I will entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on the no call, no show of, they were supposed to be here at 10 a.m. It is now 12 p.m. And that's for agenda items number 42, 43, 44, 49, 54, 57, and 59.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye? Aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes, and we will go now for a 10-minute break. It's now a little after 12. Come back at 12:10-ish. Okay, we're all back. Are we ready to go? Okay. We'll start with, actually, I see some people came in, so if you weren't here for the earlier sessions and sworn in, could you please stand, and we'll have Council Harris swear you in? Is there anyone up north? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. No, we have two up north, and you'll need to move over this way so we can see you, they can see you in the camera down there.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and take your seats.
You with us? Okay. No, up north? No?
Good, yes.
Is Mr. White up north? Can we tell?
No, Mr. White is
I'm
not
sorry,
up here in the north. He is not here. Nope, not present.
Okay, we're going to trail. Agenda item number 62, Antoinette Petaway. Petway. Good afternoon. So Investigator Diaz, could you please tell us why we're here for Ms. Petway?
Investigator Diaz for the record. The applicant was denied for a felony assault with intent to cause great bodily harm, less than murder conviction out of Oakland, Mississippi in 2008. The applicant was sentenced to 3 years prison. The applicant also has a child abuse second degree felony conviction in May 1st of 2008 and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. This arrest was disclosed. It is the same case, just an additional charge. She did disclose the arrest and submitted a written letter of appeal. She was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
And this is Ms. Petway.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay. All right. So let the record reflect it's supposed to be Michigan, not Mississippi. Okay. Okay, so just to be clear, everything was disclosed?
Yes, ma'am, everything was disclosed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Board, are there any questions for Ms., is it Petway? Petway? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Ms. Petway's appeal for her registration card.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This Board Member Brown, I'll second.
So we have a motion. We have a second for, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
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 Congratulations, your work card will be issued. The office will contact you for next steps, okay? All right, thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 63, Kambai Kiambi. Okay, what's the last name? Ajanaku. Good afternoon, Mr. Ajanaku.
How y'all doing?
Good. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Ajanaku?
The applicant was denied for a felony buy/possess/receive stolen property conviction out of Las Vegas, Nevada in 2015. He was sentenced to 36 months probation. The applicant also has a 2021 misdemeanor conviction for a DUI and was sentenced to 30 days in jail. This arrest was disclosed. The applicant also has a 2013 felony conviction for attempted larceny from a person and was sentenced to 5 years probation. This arrest was disclosed. The applicant did disclose all arrests and submitted a written letter of appeal. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Ajanaku?
This Board Member Cortez. Good afternoon, Mr. Ajanaku. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm wonderful, thanks. Talk to me about that DUI in 2021. What was the substance?
It was alcohol, but I do promoting in the city, and like I was kind of tired, but I kind of fell asleep behind the wheel, so that was kind of like my mistake. And I knew I was drinking, so I didn't really want to kind of go through the process of like trying to play the court and none. So I just kind of took the charge because I knew. And then it gave me a sign that I need to kind of slow down on like what I was doing and just, you know, get out the way.
I'm gathering my thoughts. Give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say you are into promotions?
Yeah, so I've been doing like...
Okay, hang on.
Oh, okay.
So, did you finish work and then you started drinking, or you were drinking on the job, carried over, fell asleep?
Well, so pretty much the way it works, like, it's like local lounge promoting, right? So I promoted a few popular lounges throughout the city. Ma'am?
A few what lounges?
Like local lounges, like places that's really popular within the community, and in the midst of that, I am like a personality in the party, and sometimes I could get a little, you know, carried away, and I kind of played myself that night, and I shouldn't have. Like I said, I didn't want to kind of go through the motion of kind of trying to play the system because I knew I had to slow down with that. So that just kind of gave me a sign to just, you know, do things differently. And
So I need clarification. You indicated that you fell asleep behind the wheel. So were you asleep, or how did you get pulled over?
I had shut my eyes at the light, and it was kind of like a deep 5-10 minutes, might be deep 2 minutes maybe, and before you know it, the officer, because he was sitting next to me, he said he seen me when I did it, and so he beat it on the window, and I felt like everything just kind of went away then. So,
Sobered up at that moment?
Yeah, because I was like, you know, I didn't try to do it, but you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant the appeal for Kiambi Ajanaku so that he may get his work card based on full disclosure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much for your full disclosure, okay?
Thank y'all.
Madam Chair, if I'd like to say one more thing. I just want to caution you. Be very careful with what we just gave you, okay? You have the ability to go do security work.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I am concerned that while you were doing a specific job, you partook in that job. And from what it sounded like, you partook a little too much from that job.
No, but I'm not going to be doing that kind
Hang on
of...
one second. Don't place yourself in a situation where you're going to lose your livelihood.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I making myself pretty clear?
Very.
All right, good luck with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have a good one.
Congratulations. They'll give you a call and let you know next steps, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Agenda item number 64, Mario Brown.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Brown?
The applicant was denied for a felony attempted murder / intent to kill / injure conviction out of Chicago, Illinois in 1998. The applicant was sentenced to 10 years in prison. This arrest was disclosed, and the applicant disclosed it as aggravated battery with a weapon. The applicant also has a 1994 felony conviction for unlawful use of a weapon by a felon and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. This arrest was disclosed. The applicant also has a 1993 felony conviction for possession of a controlled substance / unlawful use of a weapon. He was sentenced to 4 years probation and rehabilitative boot camp. He did disclose all arrests and was aware he will be denied and submitted a written letter of appeal at the time of applying. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Brown?
This board member, Cortez. Mr. Brown, how long have you been in Nevada?
5 months.
What are your plans if you were to get granted the card?
Well, I currently have 2 jobs. just started applying for all different kind of jobs, and I saw with a lot of hotels and other places, you could also do security, so I was going to try to use that as a part-time job also. All of my convictions over 20 years ago.
Board, any further questions? If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Brown's appeal and granting him the work card based on full disclosure of his criminal history.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you for being transparent and putting everything down there. Good luck to you, and if you, the board will contact, or the office will contact you for next steps, okay? Congratulations. All right. Okay, agenda item number 65, they've withdrawn. Agenda item number 66, Stefan Morgan. We'll trail that. Agenda item number 67, Rasan Payne. Rasan, okay. Good afternoon. Have you been sworn in, sir?
Oh, yeah, stood up.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no problem. There's just folks walking in. I want to make sure. Okay. Investigator Blackmore, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Payne?
Yes, Mr. Payne was denied for his disclosed felony convictions. Applicant was not made provisional or added to a roster. When fingerprint results came back, he did have some other arrests that were not disclosed, and the applicant wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Payne?
This is Board Member Brown. Yes, Mr. Payne, why did you fail to disclose some of your arrests?
To be honest with you, sir, I didn't know about some of the other stuff, to be honest with you. I mean, the ones that I went to prison for is the ones that I put down. Just getting arrested and bonded down, I didn't put them down, but a lot of the stuff that I put down were the ones that I went to prison for.
Okay, there is one listed here from 2007 that says that you did 5 years in prison for that. It says that you didn't disclose it. A child abuse with intent to cause harm.
I put 2006 on the paper that it was a child abuse on the paper when I did my application.
Okay, I see a different conviction in 2006 for fourth-degree sexual assault.
Well, that was the same case. It was the same case. It wasn't no different.
Investigator Blackmore, was this, what do they call it, stacked? Concurrent charges, or? While she's looking that up, Board, are there any further questions?
This Board Member Cortez, Mr. Morgan, the 2007 robbery case, this we do not have that you disclosed. Is there a reason for that one?
You're not on, there you go. You're on Payne, are you?
I'm sorry, wrong case.
Okay, yeah.
That's why you don't know anything about it.
Sorry. Yeah, because,
my apologies.
Yeah.
It's all right. The 2006 fourth degree sexual assault, so basically it was,
He disclosed that.
it was basically, it was.
So you're good. Hang on one second. Let us just make sure we're looking at.
You disclosed that one, that case. The case that was in question was the 2007, the child abuse intentionally causing harm case, and that was 5 years in prison. That was not disclosed.
Well, that was the same case as the 2006, and I was just going to explain that.
So the 2006 and the 2007, so they're a year apart, okay? Just so FYI on that, if you're saying that they're the same.
Yes.
The 2006 case occurred July of '06, okay?
Okay.
And then July of 2007 is the child abuse case. So there's two cases. This is Board Member Cortez, Investigator Blackmore. Is there a typo in number 2? So we have disclosed no, but then there's a note that indicates the applicant disclosed the arrest.
Let me go ahead and double check that one.
Hang on one second, let's
No
look
problem.
at the paperwork.
No problem.
I'm showing on mine, on the notes, that everything's been disclosed.
I disclosed everything when I went and applied.
Yeah,
and
hang on,
I was
hang on.
denied when I.
Yeah, hang on one second. Yeah, I'm
So-
showing everything's disclosed.
That might have been a mistake on my end. So the 2006 incident, that one was disclosed, but the 2007 was not disclosed.
If I may have an opportunity to explain this typo or what's going on. So in 2006, it was my cousin's birthday. Some friends, we went to a bar or whatever the case may be. And we had a little after party. The 4th degree sexual assault, she was in a bar. Come to find out, she was 17 years old. She got in trouble with her mom because she snuck out of the house or whatever the case may have been. But I don't know what this child abuse is. And I believe that a 2007 case, this has got to be connected with the 2006. It has nothing, I don't know about no 2007. Everything was in 2006.
But this is Board Member Cortez. So do you recall doing any time in prison for a child abuse case?
No, everything was connected. So because they couldn't, I guess in Wisconsin, they wanted to make the case a severity. They couldn't, a 4th degree sexual assault is a misdemeanor. So because the child, or she was 17 years old, considered a child, I don't really know. So what the state's attorney did was he asked the judge if he can make this case to be a felony. So it couldn't be like, I couldn't go and have it after a few years, have it disclosed, or I'm sorry, have it expunged or whatever once the case was over with.
Investigator Blackmore, do we have any court documents, disposition indicating that the 2006 and the 2007, it sounds like there were some possible negotiations going on where cases were, or charges were being negotiated. My concern is that there's a year of difference.
I mean, I would have if I disclosed, I would have disclosed everything. Had I known that, I didn't know nothing about no 2007 child abuse. I know that it said it on my conviction.
Hang on one second. I guess why I'm a little confused to you is because you had to go to court for all of this. You got sentenced to prison. So in your court papers, it should have stated what.
Well, actually, I wasn't sentenced.
Hang on. So when you got sentenced to the 5-year prison, or even in the conviction for the 2006 case, there's your charge for the 2006 case. But somewhere along the line, within a year, you picked up another charge. Let me ask you a question. In 2006, did you go to prison that year for the sexual assault case?
No.
Okay. Then this is where I'm thinking. So while you're waiting,
I didn't go to prison at all for this charge. I never went to prison for it.
forget that charge. What about the child abuse charge? Did you go to prison for that?
I didn't go to prison for that neither. It's part of the 2006 charge. I didn't go to separate trials. I went to one trial. Like I said, the states.
Right. Hang on. Did you go to prison?
No, I got a 5-year state sentence. I did 2 years probation for the state of Wisconsin. I did not go to prison for that. It was a 5-year sentence stayed. I didn't go to prison. It was probation.
Okay. There it is. That's what I needed to hear. Do we have court papers verifying all of that?
So it looks like this was filed in 2006. It was originally the 4th degree assault, and then it looks like later that year they added the child abuse charge to that case.
And it was that case that sentenced him to prison, I believe. It sounds like what it is because it's a higher charge. So that's the one that got you.
But I didn't
do
go
prison,
to
but
right.
got you.
I got
the
probation.
sentence was princess.
I was just trying to correct the whole,
Yeah,
that's all. I
it's
wasn't
okay.
trying to interrupt nobody, I'm
Just
sorry.
hang on.
Correct. So on that 2006, it did say that he was sentenced to 2 years prison, and then he did probation for 3 years after that. In regard to the 2007 incident, he was intook the day before that charge showed up on his fingerprint report.
I'm sorry, he did what?
So the date on the fingerprinting report shows that he was intaked by the prison on 7/15/2007.
Okay, so that's what occurred. There was negotiations going on, and then this case is what got you the prison term, but you did out of custody. That
Correct.
was per the negotiations, is basically what I'm understanding.
Correct.
Okay, understood.
So, okay, so can you see that for the record?
This board member Cortez, for the record, based on the disclosure, yes disclosed, no not disclosed, understanding everything about the cases of the 2006 and 2007, it makes sense why it would be an error if there was an error on the actual disclosure. There is confusion. Obviously, we had to discuss it, so I'm not sure I'm okay holding that against Mr. Payne, because he understood it as one case.
Okay. Board, are there any other questions?
This is Board Member Brown. Madam Chair, point of order, there's a second page attached to Mr. Payne's record where there are 14 arrests in various degrees from unknown to misdemeanor to felony, including 3 sex offender charges failing to register in 2 different states that were not disclosed. 14 other charges not disclosed.
To say something to that degree, sir, I'm not a sex offender. I was never ordered to go into the sex offender registry or be subject to going to the sheriff's office and notifying where I stay at.
Are you registered here?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I was never charged as a sex offender. I mean, I work for a security company as we speak right now. So with Best Security.
This board member Cortez, follow-up question. Why did you fail to disclose any of the arrests dating from 1997 all the way through 2009?
As I stated earlier, I put all the arrests that sent me to prison. That was, and most of the time I was like a teenager in 97. I was in my teenage years. It was a lot of stuff going on. It was just stuff I didn't remember, but the ones that I did disclose were the ones that I went to prison for, the ones that was immediate would be a denial of anything for me. So like I said, I had a few arrests for little minute stuff, but the ones that sent me to prison was the ones that was more important to me to disclose to the PILB commission. So.
Thank you. Board, are there any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member
Cortez. I'm going to motion to uphold the denial for Mr. Payne's registration card based off failure to disclose a number of criminal history convictions.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Unfortunately, sir, at this time, we won't be able to do your guard card, but you have an opportunity to come back in 1 year. You have all the information, so please make sure that you note all of it on your application.
Sure thing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 68, Hill, Tommy Hill. Good afternoon, sir. Just to clarify, you were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Blackmore, why are we here for Mr. Hill?
So Mr. Hill was denied for failure to disclose his arrest history, which just includes some weapons and felony convictions. Applicant was made provisional. He was added on to Contemporary Services Corporation's roster. Applicant does wish to appeal. There is an Excel attached for additional arrests as well.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hill?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Hill, why did you fail to disclose your criminal history?
Oh, I wasn't trying to disclose it. It was an honest mistake. I put some on there, but I thought, because in California, you go back 7 years. So I thought that it goes for Nevada. I've been here since October. So,
Did someone help you write the do the application?
no.
Did you go slow on the application?
Well, I did it at the Raiders stadium, and it was,
Did you see that page?
Probably seen that page.
So it's on page 5 of the actual packet, and that page says to list all charges regardless of how long the incident, whether it occurred, regardless whether it occurred in another state, another county.
Yes.
Even if it was in California, PC 1203.4. Okay, thank you.
Well, for the record, I also work for Excalibur. I've been there since I got here. So, with me getting through and them seeing me going through the orientation, me graduating, everything, I thought I was okay.
Okay. It's a different license, so
I got you.
unfortunately, theirs isn't as strict as ours is, so.
I got you.
Okay, Board, any further questions for Mr. Hill? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Unfortunately, at this time, we won't be able to give you your work card. However, you have an opportunity to return in 1 year.
All
Okay?
right.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 69, Abram Wright. Is Mr. Wright here? Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Wright?
Yes, so Mr. Wright was denied for, for his 2010 felony and 2006 weapon conviction. Sorry, for his what? His 2010 felony and 2006 weapons conviction. He disclosed most of his arrests except for one. He was not made provisional or added to the roster. The applicant does wish to appeal. There is one case I do want to make a note of for the 2022 theft. Right now, that case is still currently active, and the applicant is paying restitution towards that case.
Were there any questions for Mr. Wright?
This Board Member Cortez. Mr. Wright, what was the amount of restitution?
I believe 2,500.
2,500?
Yeah.
Are you on a payment plan?
I pay 50 to 100 every court date.
And you're current on your payments?
Yes, ma'am.
When's your next court date?
July 6th.
Of this year? When do you expect to be done without those payments?
I set a goal for like October, November.
Of this year?
I'm working. I do temp. I do 2 part-time, so I'm trying to. It's at 1,400 right now, so it's close. So
Okay.
I'm trying right now.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Quick question, which one was not disclosed? Investigator Blackmore?
So the rest that was not disclosed was a 2006 misdemeanor from the state of California for grand theft. It says on the report that he did 24 months probation and 69 days in jail.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
This is Board Member Cortez again. Mr. Wright, did you forget to list that one?
While I was listing the rest of it, I was going from the top all the way down. I believe I ran out of spots, I believe, on the line. I'm not sure. But yes, I did forget. I did know about that for, I think that was Culver City one, that from the Robinson May Macy's one. But I believe I forgot that one on the line.
There are Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Wright? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez. I'm going to motion to uphold the denial, and reason being is that we have an active case owing outstanding restitution, and that's time and distance. It's a 2022 case. And also for failure to disclose complete criminal history, and there was a case missing out of 2006.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So the motion passes. You won't get your work card, but again, you have an opportunity to come back in 1 year. You have all of this or they have all this information, so they'll be able to help support you when you come back to fill out your application. We really look forward to seeing, all of you guys that we deny return. So thank you, and
Thank you.
good luck to you.
Mr. Wright, bring your receipt that the restitution is paid in full. Make sure you get one from court if you planned on return to apply again in a year.
That'd be a year from now.
If you can get anything from the court
Yeah.
saying that the case is completely closed, zero restitution owed, please bring that and provide that to the investigators should you choose to apply again in a year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck. Okay, agenda item number 70, John Harrison. Mr. Harrison up north.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Harrison's up north.
Thank you. Investigator Blackmore, could you let us know why we're here for Mr. Harrison?
So Mr. Harrison was denied for failing to disclose his arrest history. He was made provisional and added on to ESI Security Services roster. The applicant does wish to appeal. I do want to note that the 2017, the trespass, which was brought down to misdemeanor, originally started out as a felony, burglary of occupied dwelling unarmed.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Harrison?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Harrison, why did you fail to disclose your arrests?
Okay. I want to apologize for not putting my criminal history on my application. The reason being is because I have done similar applications such as my California guard card and my CC. On the application, I have got approved, and each application doing my PILB application, I recently moved to this state. I didn't know much about the state or the application. I should have called someone to expound more if I should have stated my juvenile records and my trespass. I'm currently working for the U.S. Department of Labor at Sierra Nevada Job Corps. I am a safety officer and a recreational advisor. The reason why I applied for my PILB card is so I could grow more in security.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I appreciate your explanation. There is on our application, if you are denied today, when you go through it, there's a page that has a red stop sign on it. And it tells you, list every arrest, whether it's been dismissed, whether you've been told you don't have to list it, whether it's juvenile, whether it was in California or not. List every single arrest.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
And I really appreciate your explanation. Thank you for that.
Thank
Nothing
you.
further.
Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Harrison? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial of Mr. Harrison's registration for a work card based on failure to disclose.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison, you do have an opportunity to come back to us in a year. You will have your application, and please feel free to go down to the office and get support in filling out that application. They are here and very welcoming to helping you fill that out properly. I really encourage you to continue your path with the Job Corps and completing that program. and coming to see us again in 1 year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Agenda item number 71, Dion Lowry. Good afternoon, sir. Can I ask, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Investigator Blackmore, why are we here for Mr. Lowry?
Yes, Mr. Lowry was denied for his disclosed arrest history, which includes multiple weapons convictions. The report has been updated. We did receive his fingerprinting results back, and everything does match up. He was not made provisional and not added to a roster, and he wishes to appeal at this time. I just want to also make a note that he was previously denied at the June 2022 board meeting, and that denial was upheld.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Lowry? Okay. So I really want to commend you for coming back and filling out the application properly. We really do appreciate that. If there's no further questions from the board, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of arrest history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, sir. You'll get your work card. The office will work to get you your next steps, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you again for coming
You too.
back. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay. Agenda item number 72, James Tarrant. Good afternoon, sir. Okay. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Tarrant?
Yes, so Mr. James was denied for his 2008 weapons conviction and failure to disclose. Applicant was not made provisional or added to a roster. This is his second time applying. He was initially denied in 2016. The report has been updated since then. There was an April 17th arrest of this year for a failure to appear warrant that originally started as a citation that led to an arrest where he pled guilty to statement to obstruct a public officer.
Okay. All right. Board, any questions for Mr. Tarrant?
This board member Cortez, Mr. James, did you, this round two
You said
of you applying again?
Yes.
When you got denied the last time, did you contact the PILB board and ask them about your criminal history?
Yes, I was sending emails and I was contacting them, but I never did get back.
Repeat what you just said.
Oh, yes, I was contacting them and emailing them, but I never did get anything back until like maybe 2018, 2016. Then I just took it upon myself to go apply again.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking you this is because generally speaking, when somebody comes back and reapplies, they already have a list of the criminal history that they got denied for in the first time.
And I didn't even know what criminal history you had got denied.
So, no, it's not that you got denied because of the, you got denied because you failed to disclose the criminal
Right.
history. So now seeing you again, I'm a little disappointed that once again, you failed to disclose all of your criminal history, already having it.
Well, the first time I had some juvenile stuff that I didn't even know that would still even come up because I took previous jobs that had extensive background checks, and that never came up. So when they emailed me and told me that came up, I was like, wow, okay, from 2010 or wherever it came from. But the second time, when she was just mentioning about the April stuff, I don't even know. It was so new to me that I didn't even realize that I had to mention it either.
Okay.
So can I ask a quick question, Investigator Blackmore? I don't see that on the actual application?
Because I didn't get convicted or anything.
Hang
I'm
on,
sorry.
hang on. Is that because it's so new it wasn't on here?
Yes, because the background report was finished in, I'm sorry, what was that? It was finished in May, and then, of course, before we come to the board meeting, we always review and see if anything new does change, and then we update you as needed.
Gotcha, okay.
Investigator Blackmore, that failure to appear was for which charge?
So it was a citation that was issued back out in 2023 that went into warrant status, and then it was picked up as an arrest on April 18th, and he pled nolo to it.
Do we know what the citation was originally?
For the 2023, yeah.
It's just saying false statement to obstruct public officer.
I can explain on that if you guys would like.
Actually, I would like to know what was your law enforcement contact in 2023?
Right now, I live in a transitional housing with her because I have custody of her, and I was trying to let her mom come see her, and her mom brought some stuff that wasn't supposed to be around the area, and I was trying to help the mom out, and the officer was trying to be, a mean person that day, so he just said where I was standing at that moment that was a crime scene, and I just took a step over to talk to the supervisor that what was going on. He just grabbed me up, gave me a ticket and everything, and that was it.
Okay, thank you.
What's your plans with this license? Do you have job opportunities lined up?
Right now, I don't have job opportunities like that. I don't have job opportunities like that lined up because it's the job that I really want, focusing on my career. I'm a professional boxer right now, and this is the job that I need to continue that.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, so just to be clear, this is Mr. James's second application with us. And in the second application, the arrests that he has were not disclosed.
So he was initially denied in 2016 for his weapons conviction. He did list that one down on this application, but there was 3 other arrests that weren't disclosed.
Okay. And then this most recent interaction with law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay, again, if there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose the criminal history and recent law enforcement contact 2023 case.
Correct, started in July of 2020.
Thank you.
Can I speak on that really fast?
No, hang on.
Sorry.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, we have to deny your work card. And I'll tell you, it does, because I see that you're trying, and I see you have a beautiful daughter, and we would love to put you to work. So, please reapply in 1 year. Go to the office, though, and sit down.
25?
I'm sorry?
You said 1 year, 2025?
Yes, sir. So go to the office, sit down with them, and work to get all of this information in and accurate, okay? Because they will help you, and we want to put you to work. Once you put that in, you'll come back before the board again. You saw we granted some other people, because they came back, we were able to grant their work cards, okay? So please come back, please continue on the path that you're on, because it seems like you're trying to do the right thing, but at this time, because of so many non-disclosures, we're not able to issue that guard card now, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you. Good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 73, Marvin Wallace. There, Mr. Wallace. Okay. Will Trail 73. Agenda item number 74, Michael Armstrong. Okay. Agenda item number 75, Nicole Collier. Okay, Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here from Ms. Collier?
Yes, Ms. Collier was denied for her disclosed felony conviction. Applicant was not made provisional or added to a roster. Upon receiving the federal background check report back, there were a few additional arrests that were not initially disclosed, and the applicant wishes to appeal.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Collier?
This is Board Member Brown. Ms. Collier, why did you fail to disclose some of your arrests?
To be honest, I really thought that I did, but if I didn't, I'm sorry.
Board, are there any further questions? Okay, if here there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on failure to fully disclose arrest history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Unfortunately, ma'am, we will not be able to issue the work card, but it's all here now. As long as you don't have any other interactions with the law, you should be fine. As far as going to the PILB, they'll help you with your application. They'll help support the information that you need, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. I think at this point, if we don't mind, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break. And we'll be back at 1:10. Thank you. The baby always talks. Okay, it's 10 after. Is everyone ready? All right. Since we're starting on a fresh after a break, just in case anybody walked in while we were on break, Council Harris, would you mind swearing anybody in? So if you weren't here in the earlier sessions this morning or this afternoon, we're going to have you stand and get sworn in.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we want to start at our trailed items, or we want to finish out this page? Okay, we'll go ahead and finish out the page. We're on agenda item number 76, Joseph McNally. Good morning, or afternoon. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. McNally? Please have a seat, sir.
Yes, so Mr. McNally was denied due to failure to disclose his arrest history. Applicant was never made provisional or added to a roster. He does wish to appeal. I did include an Excel sheet for some additional arrests as well.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. McNally?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. McNally, why did you fail to disclose any arrest history?
I don't understand. Can I have my brother come up here and talk for me?
This Board Member Cortez, I would prefer to hear from you. My question was, you have to list your criminal history on your application.
Oh yeah, I did all that. I got all that right here.
You have that with you.
Yeah.
Do you recall listing it on your application?
No, I didn't understand all of it.
Okay.
I'm a learning disability, so
Okay, so you said you had a brother who's here to help you?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you have to apply again, I want you to ask your brother to help you out with all of that, okay?
Okay.
And if your brother's unavailable, there's a PILB office that will be more than willing to help you fill out your application. Because my original question was, how come you failed to give us a list of the criminal history?
Oh, I didn't know I had to do all that.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial for Mr. McNally's registration card based off the failure to disclose the criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So unfortunately, because you did not note all of your arrests, we will not be able to give you your work card, okay? But you can come back in 1 year and reapply. Please, you have your paperwork. The office will also help you fill out your application, okay? And then it sounds like you have a really great brother back there that's willing to help you as well. Okay?
Yeah.
We do want to see you again, so please come back and fill out your application, reapply, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Agenda item number, 77, Miko Ferris. Good afternoon. Okay. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Ferris?
Yes, Ms. Ferris was denied for her 2001 felony conviction. She did disclose that and another arrest on her initial application. There was one arrest that wasn't disclosed, which was just a failure to appear warrant. The applicant we never gave her a provisional or added her to the roster. She did provide court documents regarding the 2001 felony. It was dismissed under 1203.4 in California. She does wish to appeal.
Board, any questions for Ms. Ferris?
This is Board Member Cortez. Ms. Ferris, what's the status of your warrant? Do you even know your status?
No, I didn't even know I had a warrant. I'm sorry.
Well, so there's a failure to appear warrant out of California.
Right now?
I don't know the current status, but based off the disclosure of your criminal history, that actually came up on the fingerprints.
Oh,
So the investigator will have more information regarding that.
So in regards to the warrant, it's saying that's from 2006 out of San Bernardino, California. I tried searching San Bernardino, California, and nothing did pop up for that.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
The warrant was based off which charge?
It was just a 2006 failure to appear, pay fine. Looks like it was civil.
So it's a civil case. Do you recall any kind of ongoing case with, so it's not going to a criminal court, so it's a civil case. Do you recall anything that occurred with a friend, a neighbor,
No, that's why.
ex-coworker?
No, I don't. That's why I didn't know anything about that.
I mean, hey, if we can't find it.
Oh, okay.
And it is civil?
Per the fingerprints, yes.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to thank you. Motioning to grant the appeal based off disclosure of criminal history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So we will be able to grant you your work card because the thing that is the warrant or whatever that is for a civil case. But I would look into that, see if you can find it, just so it's not on your record.
Yeah.
Okay? All right.
Okay, dear.
So the office will get in touch with you for next steps, okay?
Okay. So I have to wait before I start doing security?
Yeah, you'll have to get your card. They'll contact you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good luck. Happens. Agenda item number 78, Damian McKinney. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. And you've been sworn in? I think I've seen you here for a while.
Yes, I have.
All right. Investigator Blackmore, why are we here for Mr. McKinney?
Yes, Mr. McKinney was denied for his felony conviction and failure to disclose. The applicant was made provisional and added to Special Operations Associates of Nevada and Avalon Securities roster. The applicant does wish to appeal. I do want to make a note that he was previously denied in 2018, but he never moved forward with the appeal process.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. McKinney?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. McKinney, because you didn't appeal your previous attempt to get a work card, were you ever told that you needed to disclose these the next time you appeared in front of us?
Basically, what happened was in 2018, I was denied, and there were some issues that came up, and I was in touch with an investigator where I had to get some information from different courts. Like one paper I got was from federal court. I had a felony conviction that was set aside. And then there were some other things I had an attorney in California working on, but then I ended up leaving Nevada for a couple of years. And I recently came back to Nevada within maybe the last couple of years, and I just tried to reapply. The second time I reapplied, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I knew that I had something over my head, but I knew that it wasn't gonna show. I knew that I would have 90 days to work, and I needed a job real bad. So I worked my 90 days, and I knew that it was eventually going to be denied. I also wanted to mention that, man, I did not know that the board was as compassionate as it is. If I would have known that people that disclose their felony records would still get a second chance, something I would have never done. I just felt that after that 90 days, I'd never work security again. That was it, for Nevada. And, hopefully I have an opportunity to do it a year from now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that honesty. Board, are there any further questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial of Mr. McKinney's registration for work card based on failure to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So, as you know, your card's going to be denied. But again, you've sat here for some time. We do want to put people to work. That is really our goal. So please reapply and disclose all of the information, and you'll have another opportunity to come and see us.
I sure will. See you next year.
We look forward to seeing you.
All right.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 79, Veronica Endings. Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay. Investigator Blackmore, why are we here for Miss Eddings? Eddings.
Yes, Ms. Eddings was denied for failure to disclose her arrest history. She was made provisional but not added to a roster. I do want to just make a note that she did provide court documents after she had been denied. Some of the charges were actually dismissed, and there was only one that resulted in an actual conviction.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Eddings?
This board member Cortez. Ms. Eddings, why did you fail to disclose your criminal history?
Well, I filled the application out in the office. I did put it on, I took the papers apart to correct it, and I turned in the wrong application.
Okay.
I was in a hurry. It was lunchtime, so.
Understood. Thank
I
you.
understand.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
It's board member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So we will not be able to approve, but please come see us in 1 year, and you have all the information there, so you'll be able to, and they will help support you filling that out. Okay. Thank you. Good luck to you. Okay, so agenda item number 80, it's Rebecca Bongiovanni. I may have messed that up, but, oh, okay.
Bongiovanni.
Okay. No one up north? Okay, so we'll trail agenda item number 80. Agenda item number 81, Marcel Stewart. Good afternoon, sir. Just to confirm, you've been sworn in? Yes. Okay, thank you. Investigator Blackmore, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Stewart?
Yes, Mr. Stewart was denied for his disclosed 1995 felony conviction. He was not made provisional or added to a roster. I do want to make a note that it did say he did 18 years in prison. I did have a conversation with Mr. Stewart regarding obtaining some parole documentation. He couldn't provide it to me in time, but he did give me an estimated of 2016 is when he got off parole. He does wish to appeal.
So he disclosed and then brought back paperwork to, okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Stewart? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is board member Cortez motioning to grant Mr. Stewart's appeal.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, Okay, so your motion has been approved. You will get your work card. The team will work work with you on next steps, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Good luck. Congratulations. Agenda item number 82, Rena Joyner. Good afternoon. And you were sworn in, ma'am? Have you been sworn in?
Take an oath.
Did you stand up? No? Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Investigator Blackmore, could you please tell us why we're here for Ms. Joyner?
Yes, Ms. Joyner was denied for her disclosed felony convictions. Upon receiving the federal background check report back, there was 3 other arrests that were not disclosed. She was not made provisional or added to a roster. She does wish to appeal.
Okay. Board, any questions for Ms. Joyner?
This is board member Cortez. Ms. Joyner, the history that the investigator was talking about are convictions or charges from 2008, 2006, and 1994. My question is, the 1994 case, you did 24 months of probation. Do you recall that time?
Okay, start over.
Okay, so on our report, you failed to disclose all of your criminal history, 3 of them that you had not disclosed. And they were the 1994 taking the vehicle without the owner consent, and you were sentenced to 24 months of probation. Do you recall that?
No.
Did you do any probation time?
I did probation multiple times.
Okay, so when you did, so in 1994, what was the probation for? Do you recall?
I only been on probation for child endangerment and possession of cells.
The possession charge, that was the 2008? Is that pretty much the time frame?
Possession of cells was 2000, yeah, probably 2010.
Okay.
Yeah, 2010.
Investigator Blackmore, I've got I'm looking at the 2008 charges, the transporting and the possession. On the number 3, the no disposition, were these 2 charges going together? Were they same case?
Yes, same case. So originally started out as transport, sale, and narcotics controlled substance. And then there was 2 additional charges, which was the possession and purchase of cocaine. That was dismissed. And then she was convicted of the transport, sale, narcotic controlled substance, states 3 years probation and 365 days jail.
Okay, and the 2006 case, I know that there's no disposition, but there was no disclosure. I'm going to assume that the 2008 cases, the reason why she failed to disclose number 3 was because it went along with number 1, is what I'm going to assume. I have not gotten that from her yet. I'm sorry, I know I mentioned 2 different dates.
So there was 2 cases in 2008. So the one that she was convicted of that did the 3 years probation, that was in May of 2008. And then there was another arrest in September of that same year for the same charge.
Okay, so there are 2 different. Okay.
The charges was them.
So you have a couple here. You did disclose, or you let us know about 2 of them. One of them was in 2008, you disclosed your felony possession of controlled substance for sale. So you did tell us about that one. And then you did tell us about the child endangerment one in 2003. So you did put that on your application. What you failed to put on your application was 2008 in September, you had transport, sell, narcotics, controlled substance. And it looks like you were arrested, well, it looks like you were convicted of it, but it says no disposition.
Correct, so there is no disposition for that September of 2008 one.
So if you're convicted, isn't there a disposition? No?
This is Board Member Cortez. What I have a feeling that occurred is that, so there was a charge in May of 2008. So she's already been convicted, and then that second charge in September of the same year came in, and there's probably no disposition because it was probably negotiated into the current, or into the disposition that was already created in May. There should have been a follow-up, either a violation or additional days in jail, but doesn't appear that occurred. Either way, there was law enforcement contact made September of 2008 that you failed to disclose, in addition to the other two law enforcement contact. Whether you were in jail, whether it resulted in convictions, whatnot, it's not relevant. You failed to disclose those two, and that's what the argument is about today.
Okay, but technically I thought like the close like the felonies, because like if you look at my record, I was constantly in jail, you know, but you know I was young, you know,
Constantly in jail.
Constantly.
You got yourself into some situations.
Traffic
but you
tickets
failed
and
to
everything,
disclose. That's
but
okay.
yeah, them two.
Okay. Okay. Board, are there any further questions for Ms. Joyner? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
It's Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on full disclosure of all the criminal history.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So because you did not tell us all of the information, all of the different arrests, we're not going to be able to get you your work card today. You do have an opportunity to apply again in 1 year. We do have the information now, so you can work with the office to make sure that you get that information from them, okay?
How do you go about working with them so I can get the information? Like, what do I do exactly?
Just go into the office, or probably preferable make an appointment.
Mayor, Director Saladino for the record. With your arrest history, all you have to do is come into the office, go up to the window, tell them you're reapplying, tell them that you were denied at this board meeting, and you do need some help with your arrest history. What the investigator will do is they're going to cut out the history that we gave to the board, and we're going to present that to you.
Okay.
That way you can fill that out on the application. You'll have all of it that the board saw, and any updates that need to be made, and we'll get you squared away.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're at the end of that page. We're going to go back to the trailed items. Right now, I'm showing we trailed agenda item number 61, 66, 73, 74, 80. Does that sound correct? Okay. So this portion of the agenda, they were supposed to be here at noon? Okay.
11, 12.
Okay, so they were supposed to be here for, some at 11, some at 12. I'm going to call out the names. If you're here now, please let us know. Agenda item number 61, Brian White. Okay. Agenda item number 66, Stefan Morgan. Agenda item number 73, Marvin Wallace. Agenda item number 74, Michael Armstrong. Agenda item number 80, Rebecca Bongiovanni. Thank you. Beautiful name. Are none in the audience? Okay. So since it is past their time and they are not in the audience currently, I will entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on no call, no show for agenda items number 61, 66, 73, 74, 80. It is now 1:30 p.m. They were told to be here prior to 1 p.m.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Now we're into agenda item number 83. Loea Leopai. Did we pronounce your name right? Okay. Oh, okay. Dual effort here. Okay. And you've been sworn in, sir? Okay. All right. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Leopai?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his disclosed felony conviction. The applicant was not made provisional or added to a roster. He did apply back in 2023 and was denied then, but he did not go through the appeal process at that time. He wishes to appeal.
Okay. Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Leopai?
This board member Cortez, just confirming that you are positively terminated from probation? No probation.
Oh, I did probation.
But you are positively terminated. You are not currently on supervision. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay. Seeing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Leopai's appeal for the registration card.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations. You will get your work card. The office will contact you for next steps. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good luck to you. In item number 84, Gregory Colton? Colton?
He's here up north, ma'am.
The up north? Okay. Okay, Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr., is it Colton? Colton? Colton?
Yes, so the applicant was denied for his 2014 weapon conviction and failure to disclose. The applicant was made provisional but not added to a company roster. I just kind of want to go over the charges for the 2014 arrest. First charge was impersonating a public officer. Second charge was drawing a deadly weapon in a threatening manner. On the first charge, he received 18 months probation, 6 months jail. The second charge, he did receive 1 day in jail, and then I do actually have a copy of the police report as well.
Okay. Board, are there any questions?
Mr. Colleton, why did you not disclose your arrest record?
At the time, it was my intent to not disclose anything. At the time, there was a lot going on in my life. I was going through divorce. My father was passing away, among many other things at the time. So it was simply something I'd forgotten about.
This board member Cortez, I want a clarification on what you indicated. Did you say that you had no intentions to put your criminal history?
I did not have any intentions to hide my history.
Understood. Thank you.
This Board Member Brown, for the record. Mr. Colleton, can you explain the 2014 charge impersonating a public officer and drawing a deadly weapon in a threatening manner?
Yes, sir. At that particular job, I was working commercial property maintenance. I was also getting into bail enforcement as well. I had done a firearms qualification earlier that day, so I had my sidearm on me at the time. And I had to go to a property to have some cars removed from the property for illegal sales and towing on the property. Fight had broken out on the property. I went to intervene because that particular area already had a bad enough reputation, and it gets any worse, how long am I going to have a job kind of a thing. In the process, somebody saw that I had a sidearm on me, and things went from one end to the other.
Okay, did you identify yourself as an officer?
No, sir, I did not. The problem was that the attorney that I hired did literally nothing for me, so I had no choice but to plead guilty.
Okay, thank you.
And you said during that time why did you have the weapon on you? You were coming out of class or something like that?
I was doing a firearms training at the time, so I had just come from a shooting range. So I had a work shirt on me at the time, so I just threw that on and went immediately to work.
Okay.
If I may add, since that whole time has transpired, I have made a lot of leaps and bounds in my life. I'm now a CCW instructor up here in Washoe County, also a range safety officer certified in both through USCCA. I've tried to make a lot of positive changes.
Sir, you have to slow. Sir, you have to slow down.
You said also range something.
Range safety officer. I brought certificates with me if the board wanted to see them to validate whether or not that was true and correct.
Investigator Blackmore, what does the police report say about the 2014 event?
Yes, so I basically did a summary of it as well. The event took place on September 14th in Reno, Nevada. The applicant was at a Dollar Tree when an altercation between two females ensued outside the store. The applicant intervened in the altercation by identifying as a police officer and drawing his firearm. He gave them verbal commands to get on the ground. When asked for police identification by several witnesses, he refused to provide it. The only identification that he provided to one of the witnesses was his military ID. Upon further investigation by the law enforcement on scene, that the witnesses all had corroborating statements regarding the interaction that took place. Per the report, two of the witness statements did state that one of the females was held at gunpoint.
Okay. Board, any further questions?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Colleton, I'm going to re-ask that question. Did you, at any time, did you present yourself or label yourself as any kind of law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
So the statements of the witnesses are all incorrect?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Your weapon was never drawn?
No, ma'am.
Towards anyone?
No, ma'am.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Colleton, I appreciate the steps that you've taken in your life, and I understand that that was a difficult point for you at the time. You've gone through some difficult challenges that caused you to forget to add these, but unfortunately, based on the failure to disclose, I'm going to move that we uphold the denial of your registration for work card.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, as we instructed other applicants, you do have an opportunity to try again in 1 year to reapply. Please make sure that you note all of the information, all of your arrests or contacts with law enforcement on that application. And if you would like to go into the office up in Northern Nevada, you are more than welcome to, and they will help support your filling out the application. Thank you, sir. Okay. Agenda item number 85, Mark Tillman. Is there anybody up north?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll trail 85. Agenda item number 86 was postponed. Agenda item number 87, Robert Tapia. No one up north? Okay, we'll trail. Agenda item number 88, Alfred Pittman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Pittman?
Yes, Mr. Pittman was denied for his undisclosed 1995 weapons conviction, where he served 36 months probation for that. It did show on the fingerprint results that that was later dismissed under 1203.4. He was made provisional but never added to a roster. He wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Pittman?
Mr. Pittman, good afternoon. This is Board Member Cortez. Why did you fail to disclose the 1995 charge?
Wow, y'all got me nervous. Actually, I've been through this before with Nevada. I know you're very strict on what you background checks. I was issued a CCW in 2005. I have multiple CCWs. So when I was applying for this work permit, I would never omit that. I assumed I did that. And I have all my permits to show I would never do that because in any licenses, they also, even if it's expunged or destroyed, you must list it. So not a perfect man, I assumed I did that already. I would not do that on purpose, which I hold licenses for all my, so I know the procedure. And I have my own company in California, so I do know that. I was just applying for this work card, so if I come to Nevada or with clients or whatever, that I'll be in compliance with you guys if I'm doing anything here. So that's all I can say.
Board, any further questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez, unfortunately, it is a technicality that we have to stay consistent with. I am going to motion to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose the 1995 charge.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Brown.
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh.
Aye.
So unfortunately, you will not be able to get your work card, but you do have an opportunity to apply in 1 year. Just list this and, yeah. I will just caution you, because you have a company in California, if you do get a work card here that does not allow you to work without someone, I guess, sponsoring you.
You hear it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, as long as you understand that.
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Good luck to you, and we hope to see you in a year.
Oh, yeah, you'll see me.
Okay, good.
Have a blessing.
Thank you. Agenda number 89, Michael Ducante Salas. Hello. Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us where we're here for Mr. Ducante Salas?
All right. Investigator Swarthout, for the record. Mr. Salas was denied due to a felony conviction. You guys might remember him. He appeared before the December board meeting. He was asked to postpone at the time because he had an ongoing case. That case has since closed. He did disclose all of his arrest history, and he's back here to try and get the card.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Salas?
This Board Member Cortez, good afternoon. Talk to me about the July 2023 situation.
July 2023, I was going through a minute difficulty. I was unmedicated, and I did vocalize that in my last appeal here. And I stayed on my medication, made sure, no more hiccups or anything of that nature. But what had happened was I damaged a gentleman's, well, there were a couple instances that I actually had disclosed to you guys. There was one that was damaging windows. That one show?
So I'm specifically speaking about the July 2023. I would hate for you to self-incriminate yourself.
Oh.
However, I definitely appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I already...
Okay, so the 2023 case, the injure or tamper with vehicle. The case was actually dismissed.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to me about that one.
I just... I believe that one was oof.
Is that the one that you were telling me about where you injured or you caused damage to a vehicle?
I want to say, because there were two that were relatively close to each other. It's hard for me to differentiate which one you might be.
Okay. Did they both happen in 2023?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tell me what happened.
So essentially, like I said, a gentleman had hit my car. I was unmedicated. I destroyed a couple of his windows. And then I had already gotten that absolved, got it dismissed. The secondary one was intentional, I guess, well, not intentional, but hitting a car and then driving away.
Are you pending a court date for that?
Those are already all dismissed.
Everything.
So if I remember correctly, the reason we asked you to postpone was because they were pending.
Yes.
And you thought that they would be dismissed, and
Yep.
as we see now, they were dismissed. So
Yes,
we told
ma'am.
them to postpone and come back. Okay.
May I make a statement on behalf,
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is my attorney.
Oh, your turn. Okay.
I'm not representing him today. Is it okay if I speak?
I'm good, I don't need any more.
Yeah, I think we're good, but yeah. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Salas? Okay. If there's no further questions, we'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Doganto Salas's appeal for the registration card based off full disclosure and coming back doing exactly what we asked him to do.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
A motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for coming back and following through and getting
Absolutely.
everything dismissed. They will help you for the next steps, okay?
Sweet.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Absolutely.
Agenda item number 90 was postponed. Agenda item number 91, Rajon Collins. Good afternoon, sir. Can I ask, have you been sworn in? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. Okay, Investigator Swarthout, why are we here for Mr. Collins?
The applicant was denied for felony conviction and for failure to disclose arrest history. The applicant disclosed a 2007 arrest out of California for attempted grand theft from a person. That was convicted felony, sentenced to 180 days jail, 2 years probation. The fingerprints also showed a 2022 arrest out of California for violating order preventing domestic violence, a 2021 out of California murder charge. The applicant was extradited back to California on that charge. 2019 California vandalism. Vandalism is a wobbler out there. It can be tried as a felony or a misdemeanor depending on how much damage. 2019 out of California, threatened criminal intent to terrorize. 2018 out of California, vandalism again. 2015 out of California, disturbed by loud, unreasonable noise. He was found guilty of that one. 2014 out of California, pimping. 2009 out of California, corporal injury on spouse cohabitant that he was also found guilty of. 2008 out of California, obstruct, resist public officer. He was found guilty on that one. 2007 out of California, appropriate lost property, was found guilty on that one. 2005 out of California, obstruct, etc. public officer, was found guilty on that one. He only disclosed the felony conviction.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Collins?
This is Board Member
Hi,
Brown.
Mr. Collins.
This is Board Member Brown. I have a question for Investigator Swarthout first. On the 2021 felony murder arrest, do you have any kind of status from California as to what's going on with that?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
This board member Cortez, Mr. Collins, 2 questions. First, why did you fail to disclose the majority of your criminal history?
And get everything that she could get for me so I can put down the proper codes and everything. So I wouldn't spend that type of money on something not like believing that I would give you guys all the information that I needed. So I was under the impression that I gave you guys everything that you needed.
Second question. Talk to me about the 2021 murder charge out of California, your extradited.
It wasn't murder. It was self-defense.
Whatever the case is, what's the status?
Self-defense.
No, don't worry, don't give me the charges. I want to know what the status is. Have you gone to court?
I don't have court. Case
was dropped?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any court papers with you today showing that that case is fully closed?
No. They let me out. They expedited me from out here, flew me back out to California. I got out to California and talked to the DAs out there, and they said self-defense. They went to the apartments, got the videos, and they let me out and said, have a good life.
Okay, so then in 2022, there was a violation of your DV orders. Talk to me about that.
So my child's mother She's still doing it to this day. My daughter's 15. She'll put a restraining order on me to keep me from going to my kid's school. So I'm doing my diligence. My kids stay in California. Even now, I go pop up out there. Let me go sit in the kids' class.
Mr. Collins, do you have an active restraining order?
No.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. So when I don't have one, I go pop up to my kid's school, like recently, and they called the police. So like my baby mother is very vindictive. She know how to utilize the system. Her oldest is 26. She's been dealing with the system, the penal systems, so she know her way around the system to get what she wants.
Okay. Last thing about that, I want you to learn also how to play that same game. If you already know she's going to go there, then don't add to the problem. Stay away.
But my kids
You can have a conversation with your kids and have a complete relationship with your children. It's easy. You just don't have to violate a certain order. There are stipulations around order, but we're not going to go through all of that right now. I'm just letting you know there are ways for you to stay out of trouble and to help yourself.
That's why I'm trying to get my card so I can work and push forward.
Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So motion's upheld. You have an opportunity to come and see us in a year and reapply. You have all this history now, so you don't have to go back and look for it. The office will help.
I need that information he got.
Yep, that'll help you. So if you don't have any other interactions with law enforcement, this should be able to be a roadmap for you to fill out the application, okay? We hope to see you in a year. And I would suggest for the court case in California where you were extradited, you try to get some sort of paperwork saying that it's done and completed, because that's going to be a question that continues to come up.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Agenda item number 92, Bruce Willingham. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Good. Just to confirm, you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Willingham?
All right, the applicant was denied for failure to disclose arrest history. On his fingerprints was found a 2018 out of Virginia petty larceny third offense that was dismissed. 2018 out of Virginia trespass after forbidden, dismissed. 2012 out of Virginia bad check, less than $200. He was sentenced to 12 months jail. That time ran concurrent with another case. 2011 out of Virginia petty larceny, sentenced to 12 months jail. That's the one that ran concurrent. 2002 out of Virginia petty larceny, which he pled guilty to. The applicant originally didn't disclose on his application, was made provisional. After the denial, he did come in, provide court documents, and did disclose his arrest history after the denial.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Willingham?
This board member Cortez, Mr. Willingham, why did you fail to disclose your criminal history prior to the denial letter?
They told me that I did. It was a felony that was on my record. So we both did a background check with FBI and this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Start over. First, who's they?
CFC. I was supposed to put the Super Bowl. That came here. They said FBI did a background check and a felony.
I really need you to please slow down.
I'm sorry. They said the FBI did a background check and said a felony was on there. I had to go and prove that it got knocked down to a misdemeanor. And the guy at the office said, okay, you should be good. He said you were denied because on the record it says you have a felony. So on my application at CSC, there was a Super Bowl hiring event, and I wrote down all my charges on the application. So, I mean.
I just want to be clear. You said CSC helped you fill this application out?
Yeah.
Okay. So unfortunately, they failed to tell you that on page 5, there is one sheet that has a big old stop sign on it, and it literally tells you to list all of your convictions, all of your history, whether it was convicted, dismissed, under California Penal Code, in a different state, next door, yesterday. You were supposed to list it all. So unfortunately, whoever helped you misguided you.
No, I'm saying I listed everything on there.
Not according to ours.
Wait a minute. I think I know what's going on. So when you say you listed everything, was that on the NFL application? The NFL security application that went to the FBI?
No, it was only a piece of paper application that we did at the warehouse that I had to write everything on there.
Okay.
And he said a red flag raised up because I had a felony on my record.
Okay.
And that was the charge they were they're investigating.
Okay.
And I had to show that it got knocked down to a misdemeanor. I was under the impression that I was under the investigation for and being denied. But if it's for something else that was left off, then I can't do anything about that.
So the application, the paper application that you filled out, was it from the PILB?
No, it was for CSC. It says CSC, and you write down all your charges on there, and you turn it in, and it's like 200 of us. They just scoot us through.
Yeah, I know what happened. So did you do this online?
No.
So on here it says this paper application was done online.
The application that was submitted to us was online.
So I can bet, that CSC took that paper and.
So this is what they failed to show you. On page 5 of the paper application, there's this one specific page, and that's all it shows. It shows one big stop sign, and it lists bullet points on what you need to list as far as your criminal history. Even on the online application, there's also a section that says, whoa, stop, don't go any further. List all your charges, arrests, citations, regardless of how long ago, regardless of the state, regardless whether you were placed in handcuffed, dismissed, expunged, or denied, or even if it was under the California Penal Code 1203.4. So unfortunately, when people end up helping the applicants fill out the applications and they go right by this, they ended up doing you a disfavor. And that's unfortunate for us because we have to make a decision based on wrong information that was given to you.
So come back next year?
Hang on, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. That's the unfortunate part of group applications.
I just really wanted a part-time job, but I mean, it is what it is.
Cool for somebody to just go right by a crucial point.
Okay, so, Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Willing? Okay. Do you still currently work for CSE?
No, I had to get a new job, geotech, so I was just trying to get a part-time job around like F1 so I can make some extra money, but yeah, they just pushed us through, and so I wrote down everything, and they told me that the FBI did an investigation, there's a felony. If I knew that was something that was left off, I just would have took it and not came, because I know what the rules are.
Okay. So, Board, if there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So again, work with the board or go through the application yourself to make sure that you get everything down properly, but we would like to see you back in 1 year. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, agenda item number 93, Angel Segura. Good afternoon, sir. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Swarthout, why are we here for Mr. Segura?
The applicant was denied due to a felony conviction and for failure to disclose arrest history. 2011, out of Utah, he did disclose this felony as conspiracy to attempt possess methamphetamine with attempt to distribute. He was sentenced to 77 months and supervised release for 60 months. The original sentence was 96 months, but it was reduced down to the 77 months. The other arrest that wasn't disclosed is a 1989 out of California aid and abet illegal aliens entry. We couldn't find it on Pacer, but the fingerprints do show that he was sentenced to a $1,000 fine for it.
Board, any questions for Mr. Sequoia?
Board Member Cortez, Mr. Segura, why did you fail to disclose the 1989 case?
To be honest, I'd send that information for what happened. I'm out of Salt Lake City. They had someone that came in to do the application for the Super Bowl, and all he said, disclose everything, and I remember that I put everything on it. The only thing that he asked me to send in my copy of my passport and my driver's license because I didn't have that information with me, but I didn't hear anything else until this hearing. So I don't know if I did that. I mean, I know that I was aware of that, but I just don't remember why, if it wasn't on my application. I don't have no explanation why I forgot to put it.
Was there, what was the company that helped you with your application?
CSC.
How long, second question, how long have you been in Nevada?
I just flew in this morning. I was only trying to get the license because I started my own security company, and I have an opportunity with this company they bring me and my group over here to do security for certain special events.
Okay. Okay, Board, are there any further questions? If no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial of Angel Segura's registration for application for work card for failure to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Unfortunately, you're victim to the same as the gentleman before you. By doing that, having the bulk application, through somebody else, they neglected to tell you all the things that you needed to submit on that application. So, you do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year and reapply. Just make sure that you put everything down on that application. And then once you get that, I did hear you say that you have a security company in Utah.
Correct.
Is that correct? So once you get that, you have to be sponsored by a company in order to work within Nevada. Your work card does not give you the opportunity to work by yourself.
Yeah, I was aware of that. It was just for the Super Bowl that they wanted me to come over here, that's all.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you back in a year. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 94, Ronnie Bradford. Oh, sorry. 94 is withdrawn. Agenda item number 95, Karen Moore. We have Ms. Moore. Agenda item number 96, Marquise Ross. Marquise. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just have to ask, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Okay, thank you. Do you affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Ross?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction of illegal use, possession of a dangerous weapon, and for failure to disclose arrest history. 2015, out of California, carry a concealed Durka or dagger, sentenced to 188 days jail, 3 years probation. 2007, out of California, felony carjacking, sentenced to 187 days jail, suspended, and 36 months probation. He had 2 probation violation arrests in that case. 2021, out of California, inflict corporal injury, spouse cohabitant. It looks like it was dismissed. It looks like it was a detention-only arrest. 2020, out of California, DUI. There was no disposition listed on that case. 2020, out of California, possession of controlled substance while armed. There was no disposition on that case. 2015, out of California, inflict corporal injury, spouse cohabitant. This one also appears to only be a detention only. 2010, out of California, force, assault, deadly weapon, not a firearm. And the second charge was prevent, dissuade, witness with the threat of force. That one was dismissed. 2009, out of California, another force, assault with a deadly weapon, not a firearm. That one was denied. And then 2023, out of Nevada, domestic battery, that was dismissed.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Ross?
This board member Cortez, Mr. Ross, why did you fail to disclose any of the arrest histories?
I was unaware of it. I was going off how California is 7 years back of actual convictions, so that's what I was really going off of.
Did you read the application slowly?
I obviously made a mistake on my behalf.
Okay. So you are aware of what I'm talking about?
Which part?
I think you might have been, I'm not sure if you were here or not before, but on the application, there is a page that asks you to stop.
Oh, yes, I'm aware of it, correct. I heard
Okay.
yes.
So even seeing that, you overlooked writing. Understood. Thank you.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Ross? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose any criminal history. In addition to, we've got cases in 2021 and 2020. Time and distance, a little too close.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pezek seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. I'm not sure how long you've been here, but we've been telling everybody if you've not been approved this time, you have an opportunity to try again in 1 year. They have your arrest history. They'll be able to help you fill out the application or give you the supporting documentation as long as there's no further contact with law enforcement, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Agenda item number 97, Ariana Martinez Eros? Okay. Investigator Swarthout, have you been sworn in?
Yeah.
Okay. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here?
The applicant was denied for failure to disclose arrest history. The applicant has a 2003 out of Arizona arrest for discharge firearm with city limits and carry a deadly weapon. The case appears to be potentially ongoing still. I have searched Arizona courts and have been in contact with the applicant dealing with it to try and get something to show if the case is closed. The only thing that shows out of Arizona is a case that would have been filed around the same time that all it lists is not a valid criminal charge. It doesn't list anything else besides that.
Board, are any questions?
This is Board Member Cortez. Investigator Swarthout, does it still apply that she failed to disclose this?
I wrote it down.
Hang on 1 second, ma'am. I'm asking the investigator.
Yes, and she was made provisional. The company that she was working for was CSC.
Okay, so she did fail to disclose. Okay. Ms. Martinez Arroz, what's the status of that case?
It says not valid criminal charge, but that wasn't the initial charge I was charged with. I was charged with disarming the firearm, and then they dropped that charge, and then they brought this charge on, but it was already after I had was denied.
Do you happen to have any court papers?
I don't have nothing. I sent him the list of I went to court for it. They dropped that charge, and then they were like, okay, well, we're gonna press you with possession of a firearm under 21 of a deadly weapon, and then I went to court for that, and I never got anything. And then you look it up.
Do you have a future court date?
No.
Not even a, like a review of the case?
Nothing. I have no, we went to court, and they never got back to me. And then when you look it up, it says not a valid criminal charge.
Okay, but just want to confirm with you, you did fail to disclose that arrest or contact.
Well, I hadn't been charged with that yet.
I didn't ask you if you had been charged. My question was, did you fail to disclose that you had an incident in 2023?
No, I did.
On the application, you wrote that down?
I wrote it down.
So Investigator Swarthout, is this a typo?
The application was submitted online.
Okay.
I have no's in all 3 boxes.
So once again, you did disclose?
I did. I disclosed that I was charged with disarming a firearm.
Did you fill out a paper application?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look, it's under CSC again. And she is filled online. She filled it in paper.
Still 10 days.
No, I agree, but yeah. Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Board, are there any further questions?
Yes, this is Board Member Brown. Just for clarification, what it sounds like to me is these last group of folks are putting their information down on a CSC application, but CSC is not telling them that they need to put this on our application. Is that what I'm understanding?
Or CSC's, what I'm envisioning is CSC's got a data entry person filling in these online applications for them.
Okay.
Yeah, because I never filled out yet.
Because they're filling it out on paper, and then when you look at how it came in online.
Okay, so I'm assuming that our executive director has been listening to this, and he's going to reach out to CSC and say, hey, wait a minute, you got an issue, or several issues.
I just want to place for the record that Ms. Martinez-Arroz just indicated that she didn't fill out the application. It was them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I never filled out like a PLLB. They said that they would go ahead and do that for us.
Yeah.
So once again, unfortunately, we have someone misguiding you guys, and it's falling on the applicant, not even the individual who made the errors.
I don't think they're being misguided. They're CSC. Can I talk about this like this? Yeah. Okay. I don't think they're being misguided. I think they're filling it out because she said she did fill it out on the paper. CSC is not putting it in correctly so that they can get the work card provisional and work for the Super Bowl because they had a number of people that they had to get. Afterwards, they get denied, but they got what they needed. They got that Super Bowl filled. Personal opinion, maybe, kind of, sort of, but not. 100%. Okay. So,
yikes.
Madam Chair.
Unfortunate for these guys because they're stuck in this.
Madam Chair, and for Council Harris also, this sort of gives me pause over the decisions that we've made here recently that we're holding something against these folks that they had no idea. Is there any recourse that we could contact these people and say, reapply again for our next board meeting, since this doesn't appear to have been their fault, rather than making them wait a year?
For the applicants who specifically use CSC to fill out their applications and they didn't touch those applications, what you can do is renotice those agenda items as corrective agenda items at the next board meeting.
Okay, and can we reach out and notify? Can we reach out and notify the last few candidates that we've had this issue with and say, hey, wait a minute, on further review, we realize this wasn't your fault and we're going to re-agendize these. Please appear at our next board meeting? Can that be done?
Well, the thing is, I will be careful with the language.
Okay.
Because you would still have to treat every case on a case-by-case basis. So we're under the assumption with her, but I don't know how it's going to apply for every other applicant. But the idea is that if there is a concern with this particular group or company pretty much filling out the application and only seeing the application, and the applicant, him or herself, is not involved in the writing of it, what you can do is have the follow-up meeting at the next upcoming board meeting to re-noticing to the public with those particular agenda items that we will hear them again, and then let the board decide at that hearing.
So I have a question though.
Sure.
If we do that in this is June, July, August, September. So if we do that in September, then they have to wait until September, and then they can reapply when? Or can we actually mention it in our agenda items at the end of this and then call it then? So in September, they would come in for they would reapply now, and then they would come in for their approval in September versus December.
It might be easier because, okay, so the board could do one of two numerous ways. It can have another meeting from now until September, or if it works to still keep the September date, if we can have at least a confirmation as to what particular agenda items we know are applicable for this concern, the board can, during this particular meeting, there could be a motion on the floor to revisit that item and continue it, I would say, to the September meeting. I would recommend that.
Just continue, so at number 16, we would, for future agenda items, we would say that we want to continue the applicants that fell under the CSE guidelines. Would that work?
That could, but either way, whether you put a motion on a continuance, you still have the option, given the fact that, and I'm counting the ones prior to her, where we had the action, as long as it's re-noticed, you can revisit that agenda item. So I would say the more important focus is for the upcoming September date. It's noticed as a corrective item, as a corrective agenda item, and so any denial or approval will track on that September date instead of today's date.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I'm willing to revisit those cases when there's one charge that was not listed. But when we have several charges that were not listed, there's a difference between that.
Which was why, there was the clarification of, wait a minute, we were willing to revisit, but that doesn't mean that some items might not still reach the same determination.
Correct. And based off what I'm recalling, this is the only applicant thus far with the one charge that was not listed, and it sounds like it was an inside situation.
So I if I can, just as a recommendation, with this particular agenda item, you can elect to continue or make a decision, and then at the end of this meeting, once board staff has an opportunity to review all the agenda items that are in contention that might be subjected to a change based on the additional research that it does, then those items can be re-noticed for the September meeting.
So are we able to discuss it?
Discuss what's exactly?
The September, the people that have passed already.
Right, so there's already existing action on them. Mm-hmm. So if as part of like in a future agenda item on that agenda, you can discuss any agenda item out of order. So if this is part of, I believe, agenda item number 116?
Yeah.
Okay. So if part of that agenda item, if you're giving the recommendation to board staff to look through all of the prior applicants today to see the ones that were denied, who you can confirm on record that they did have, I'm sorry, the name of the company again, CSC, complete their application, you can make that request to board staff to have those agenda items be re-noticed at the September meeting. It is important that it is clarified as an instruction to our ED and the rest of board staff that it's not that as part of the corrective action, it could still lead to the same result, or it may not lead to the same result. But the board just wants to go back and revisit who exactly completed this agenda item and ensure that there wasn't any other law enforcement contact, arrest, et cetera, outside of that, that they still didn't disclose.
Okay. And then for this particular agenda item right now, can we continue it? And if we do, what what would she have to do? Or what's the resolution to that?
This Board Member Cortez, so my suggestion is, why don't we move forward with this case, and then we can continue the discussion of the other cases. But with this one, I'd be open for a discussion on whether or not we can trail her to the September board meeting. That way it'll give ED time to figure out what exactly is going on. And the reason why specifically just on this candidate, if she's willing to wait, is because we do have just the one charge.
Right.
It's not an additional failed to disclose 85 different charges. It's one charge. I'm seeing the pattern that's going on, so I am willing to, and again, if the applicant is willing to postpone her decision only until the September board meeting, I'd be comfortable with that. Just for this one, we can have discussions on the other ones later.
Okay, and the idea is it's ultimately up to what the board wants to vote and want to do. I do think it's important that it's noted on the record what is that particular organization's process for inputting the information. So there is the applicant's representation that, hey, I didn't complete this, but we still haven't heard from the other organization as to, oh, no, it could be, yes, we complete, or we just talk verbally and enter, but we don't. But if they say, we don't know, they could say, oh no, we've asked them, like, please tell us all of your arrests and everything, and they told us that's everything I got. Then it's back to the same determination. I think that critical piece that's missing for the board's discussion is, what is that input process on the application? How does it happen, and what specific, and outside from the questions of the criminal history, the special notations of disclosing all criminal history, including the 1203.4, including juvenile, including all of that, are they also mentioning that? Or which ones are they mentioning or not mentioning? That has to be clarified for the board, I think, prior to during the meeting, addressing those corrective actions.
The Sequoia guy was the same way, right?
Pardon me?
Oh, sorry. The gentleman Sequoia, it was a different group. So yeah, but it was a different group though, right? Okay.
I think it might be prudent. I mean, it's up to the board ultimately what it decides, but knowing what we are aware of right now, it might be prudent to continue this agenda item as well as all related other agenda items to the September meeting. Okay. But it's up to the board what it wants to do with this particular item right now.
Okay, so here are your options. You can tell us that you want to postpone or continue your application. And as you see, there's some issues going on, so we would continue, and you would come to see us next meeting after they're able to investigate what's going on, right? Or we can make a decision now, and then you're stuck with the outcome, and it might be 1 year before you're able to reapply.
I could wait, that's fine.
Okay. So we don't need a motion on that at all, right? Because she's willing to postpone or continue her.
Yeah, that should be fine. We'll treat it like all other prior agenda items that were postponed. It will just be noted on the record that it's a postponed agenda item.
Okay. So I would suggest to you to make sure that you look for your emails and stuff, because the board might, or the office may be reaching out to you to ask some more information about the company and what was done and all of that good stuff, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Cortez. Ms. Martinez-Sadros, will you please try to find some kind of court paperwork saying that it's all closed out, if you can?
Yeah, I'll send an email to the courts and see what I can figure out.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for your patience while we go through this.
Of course, thank you, I
Okay.
appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you. Agenda item number 98, Eugenia Youngblood. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Youngblood?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction. 2007, out of California, possessed a controlled substance for sale, cocaine, sentenced to 4 years prison. The applicant did receive a 1203.4 dismissal on this case on 10/22/2021. 2014, out of California, misdemeanor shoplifting, Since 3 years probation, the applicant also received a 1203.4 dismissal on this case. The applicant was previously denied and upheld at the 2022 board meeting for failure to disclose arrest history.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Youngblood? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown.
Board Member Cortez.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Eugenia Youngblood's appeal based on the fact that she disclosed and did what we asked her to do a year ago.
Board Member Cortez, seconding that motion.
It's okay. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, congratulations. You will get your guard card, or your work card. The office will contact you for next steps. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Agenda item number 99, Charmaine Goodman Murphy. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Murphy?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction and for failure to disclose arrest history. The applicant has a 1995 arrest out of California for fraud to obtain aid. Sentence 50 days jail, suspended 60 months probation. The applicant was granted a 1203.4 dismissal on it on January 25th, 2011. The applicant had multiple probation violations during the time that this case ran and was on formal probation between 1995 to 2010. She was made provisional and was working for 2 companies at the time when we got the fingerprint results back.
When you got the fingerprints back. Board, any questions for Ms. Murphy?
Good afternoon, Ms. Goodman Murphy. My name is Board Member Cortez. Why did we fail to disclose the 1995 charge?
Pretty much the same issue. Supervisor that was interviewing me at the time at the Allied security company, we were in an interview and I was filling out that same document, and I informed him that I did have a felony years ago, about 25 years ago, and I wasn't aware of the probation violation. I wasn't aware of that. I'm just now hearing it, but I did everything the court asked me to do. I went in front of a judge. They put me on restitution probation. Everything was done. And so, like I said, this was like 25 years ago, and the supervisor said, don't worry. Like you said, they were looking for people to work at that time, and they were just putting people through at the time. But I'm not blaming anything on anyone. I hadn't worked in about 30 years, and I had just filled out the application after not working after 30 years. I had just recently lost my husband. I had to get back to work. So I'm not blaming anyone, but I was told that that it was so many years ago, and it was okay to, to go ahead and get hired. I'm just asking for a second chance. I am working for Marksman Security right now, and I'm doing a pretty good job, so just asking for a second chance.
Are there any other questions?
This is Board Member Brown. Yes, Ms. Murphy, did you just state you're currently working for Marksman Security Corporation?
I am. I'm working for Marksman Security. Unfortunately, I did have a work-related injury, so I'm on workman's comp. I cut my hand pretty bad, but I'm still with the company. Right now, the doctor put me on light duty. So, but yes.
And what role do you work for them?
I'm a security, but I can't do security without the guard card, of course. So once I get my guard card back, I'll go ahead and get going with my station. They put me in a particular station to work.
So you're not actively working for them right now, but you're on there. You're employed by them.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to add this? No? But I the crunch at the Super Bowl.
Dak Harris, for the record, who completed her application, just to reconfirm on the record?
Allied, it was a supervisor that was interviewing me at the time. I should have gotten a statement from him, but I didn't, that he told me that it was okay because it was so many years ago. The felony was over 25 years ago, so he said, no problem, just, don't mark it. And I just, back of my mind, I knew it was not the right thing to do, but I needed to work because my husband had just passed away and my income completely stopped.
So
I needed to work.
So you're saying that you completed the application, but you received bad advice from an Allied representative?
I was online on a computer, but I was actually at the Allied company with the supervisor filling out the application. We were together on the computer doing it together.
So that means you also saw that stop sign?
I did.
Okay.
I did see the stop sign, and that's when I got the supervisor over, and we talked, and he said, no, 25 years ago, he said, no problem, just to mark no. So, and I did. But like I said, back in my mind, I knew it probably wasn't the right thing to do.
Is that, members of the board, that's the tricky part, that this is a distinguishable circumstance, because for the other matters that were previously discussed, because ultimately, and as a reiteration to the public as to why the board cares, it's always a character assessment. If you're able to fully be transparent about your past criminal history, there's a true proper character marker, as these professions do demand that. So the concern here, or I would say that what appears to be distinguishable here, is that for the other applicants that were previously mentioned, if they're not filling out the application themselves, then they're not seeing the warning, they're not seeing the disclaimers and the reiteration to disclose everything. There is, as what's been already testified here before, that she did see the warning and that she was given bad advice from a representative of Ally to disregard that warning anyway. I leave it up to the board what it wants to do with that information, but I just wanted to clarify the distinction for the record.
Yeah, I do too. That's my responsibility. I should have said, and I had the one felony. It was, like I said, 96, and actually occurred when I was 18, but it didn't catch up with me until that time. But it's my responsibility. So I understand, coming back a year, that's no problem. But yeah, it was a mistake done, and like I said, they were needing people to work right away, and I fell short and was one of the ones, and I needed to work. So, but I understand.
Board, are there any further questions for Ms. Goodman-Murphy? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. Unfortunately, Ms. Goodman-Murphy, or Mrs. Goodman-Murphy, based on the circumstances and due to your admission that you did see the stop sign, but you went ahead with the bad information, I am going to move that we uphold the denial of your registration for work card based on the failure to disclose.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Isaac seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, we do have to move forward with that denial, but I would encourage you to come back, and when it was so long ago, just fill out the information and please come see us again.
This has followed me for a long time. I've been in front of judges, so I just spend a little bit more time with my grandkids.
And we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you. Take care.
Right,
Have a good day.
You too. Okay, agenda item number 100, Jeffries Boyce.
He's here in the north, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Actually, it's Boyce Jeffries.
Okay, sorry about that. Boyce,
Not a problem.
Jeffries.
Not a problem.
Okay. Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Jeffries?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction. 1997, the applicant listed a 1979 out of California willful unlawful possession of controlled substance, cocaine, sentenced to 90 days jail, 36 months probation, and a fine. The applicant also listed a 1997 out of Utah DUI, said that he was committed to community service. That one was not actually found on his fingerprints. The applicant did work for CSC, but the felony for the unlawful possession of controlled substance was listed on his application that was done online, but it was listed as a misdemeanor offense. So he was made probation because they did list them as misdemeanors.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, board, are there any questions for Mr. Jeffries?
This is Board Member Brown. Yes, Mr. Jeffries. Why were you under the impression that your 1979 conviction was a misdemeanor? There's a button on your left hand.
It's red.
Oh, okay. There you go. It takes a second.
Not a problem. I was on the understanding at the time, back in '79, that once I had completed my probation of 3 years and my sentence of 90 days, that would be reduced to a misdemeanor. And did I follow up? No. It's something in the past. I shut the chapter up and moved forward.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Jeffries? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we grant the work card for Mr. Jeffries based on full disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, sir. You will receive your work card. The office will contact you with next steps.
And I'd like to shed some light on CSC. I work for them out of the Bay Area office, but satellite in Sacramento. We were supposed to work the Super Bowl, so 10 of us came up in a van up to Reno, and I thought it was a staff member from your department. It wasn't. It was a CSC out of Reno that did the fingerprinting, took pictures, and we did a paper application. So I thought it was weird that they would do it in-house and submit the paperwork rather than do it online. I think that could be a problem with some of the applicants that, just for your information, that's it.
Sir, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay, thanks again. Have a nice day. Yeah, thank you.
Agenda item number 101, Marquetta Davis. Okay. We're going to go ahead and trail that. Agenda item number 102,
Madam
Derek
Chair,
Ellis.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was with us or
Can I
Hang on,
let you know
Derek.
it's Marchetta? Marchetta is the name.
Marquetta. My guidance over here.
It's okay. It happens all the time.
Thank you. Investigator Swarthout, if you could please tell us why we're here for Ms. Davis.
The applicant was denied due to felony convictions. 2005, out of Nevada, obtained money under false pretenses, sentenced to 12 to 30 months NDOC, suspended, 60 months probation. She was honorably discharged from probation on 2/27/2008 and provided paperwork showing that. 2005, out of Nevada, felony embezzlement, sentenced to 6 days to 60 days jail, suspended, and probation. The applicant was not made provisional. She disclosed all arrests, and she even provided court docs after she was denied.
Okay. One quick question, Ms. Davis, were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Board, any questions for Ms. Davis? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant the appeal for Marchetta Davis so that she can get her work card based on full disclosure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Davis. You will get your work card. The office will contact you for next steps.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Good luck.
Thank you. Derek Ellis. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Just to clarify, you've been sworn in? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, Investigator Swarthout, why are we here for Mr. Ellis?
The applicant was denied for a conviction of the legal use possession of a dangerous weapon for failure to disclose arrest history. 2010, out of California, willful discharge of a firearm with gross negligence, sentences 20 days jail, suspended, and 3 years probation. 2016, out of California, battery, spouse, etc., significant other, date, etc., dismissed. The applicant was made provisional. He was working for Staff Pro Inc., DBA Allied Universal Event Services before he was denied.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Ellis?
This is Board Member Brown. Yes, Mr. Ellis, on our paperwork from the investigator, it indicates that you applied in November of 2023. I figure you probably wouldn't have been able to go to our December meeting because of that, but you didn't have the opportunity to appear in March?
No.
Was that because the investigation wasn't done or you couldn't appear?
It just wasn't done. The investigation wasn't done.
Okay. So then my next question would be, why did you fail to disclose your misdemeanor charges?
I just didn't know how it worked, to be honest, and watching other people's cases, now I'm seeing how it go. I probably misunderstood it, and I thought that you only report, like, if you were in trouble in Nevada, in the state of Nevada. I figured I was in a whole different state, so it didn't matter if I haven't been in trouble out here, so I just didn't know how it go.
Okay, and you're aware it's a little different now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Ellis? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we up a denial based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Still in.
Was that enough for a quorum?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just for the record, Board Member Cortez had stepped out of the room, and so you're not going to vote?
I'll abstain from voting.
Okay. And so we have a quorum, motion passes. Unfortunately, you will not get your work card at this time. You please come and apply, and in 1 year, you have the documentation, or they do, and they will help support you fill out your application. So
Okay,
good luck
thank
to you,
you.
sir.
All
Thank
right,
you.
good luck.
Agenda item number 103, Angelo Hernandez. Hello, sir. And just to verify, you have been sworn in?
Yeah.
Okay. Investigator Swarthout, why are we here for Mr. Hernandez?
The applicant was denied for felony convictions. As you can see, he had multiple convictions. All of his case, when he first came in and applied, he presented the 1203.4 paperwork and disclosed them all in his application. So he was not made provisional, and he's been forthright in providing any court documents dealing with his cases.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Seeing there are no questions for Mr. Hernandez, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Mr. Hernandez's appeal for the work card based on full disclosure and doing what we asked.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So your work card will be granted. The office will contact you for next steps. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we have about 10 more agenda items. Does anybody need a break? Everybody's good? You need a break? Okay, so we're going to take a quick 10 minutes. Be back here at 3 p.m., please. Thank you. Okay, is everybody back and ready? Hopefully we can close this out.
Oh, yeah, yes, thumbs up over there.
Did we have any trailed items on the last page? Okay.
47.
Okay.
What time were they told to be here?
Okay, so we'll go back through. We have a couple of trailed items to close out before we move to the next agenda items. We have agenda item number 85, 87, 95. That was it, right? Okay. So do we have Mark Tillman? Okay. Robert Tapia? Or Kareem Amor? Oh, Karen. Karen Amor. Okay. All right. So I will then take a motion concerning those agenda items. They were told to come in at 1 p.m. and they have not shown. It is now 3 p.m.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on no call, no show. Items agenda number 85, 87, 95, and 95. Sorry.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesek seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Agenda item 104, Andrew Franklin. Oh, motion passes. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Franklin. Quick question. Have you been sworn in, sir? No, I haven't. Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that is just coming in and has not been sworn in? Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, everybody please stand and raise your right hand.
Wow.
And that includes in the north too. Do you affirm that the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown. Just for the record, we have no more audience members in the north.
Thank you. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Franklin?
The applicant was denied for the conviction of the illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon. 2017, out of Louisiana, illegal carry concealed weapon, possession of drug paraphernalia, marijuana possession 14 grams or less, sentenced to 6 months probation. 2018, out of Louisiana, disturbing the peace, 6 months probation. 2010, out of Louisiana, theft of goods, sentenced 6 months probation. The applicant did disclose all arrests and was not made provisional.
Okay. Thank you. Board, any questions for Mr. Franklin? Okay. Hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
If this is Pesek, I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations, sir. You will get your work card. The office will contact you for next steps, okay? All right. Thank you. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 105, Frank Cressy. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Cressy? Am I pronouncing that right?
Cressy.
Cressy, okay.
The applicant was denied for the conviction of illegal possession of a weapon. 2010, out of California, CCW and vehicle, carry a loaded firearm in public place. He was sentenced to 36 months probation and 10 days jail. 2012, out of Nevada, domestic battery. That one was dismissed. 2004, out of California, vandalism, misdemeanor, sentenced to 30 days jail, suspended, 36 months probation, and $100 fine. The applicant originally was made provisional. The company that he was going to get hired from, that wasn't CSC, did tell him that he did not have to disclose because of how old it was.
This Board Member Cortez, Investigator Swarthout I'm a little confused. So he did or he did not disclose?
He originally did not disclose. Once we talked to him about it, and he provided text messages from the company that told him he didn't have to disclose them because they were so old.
Okay. Just because the report indicates that, yes, he was disclosed, or everything was disclosed, but thank you for the clarification. Mr. Cressy, is there a reason why you failed to disclose prior to being told that you were denied?
I went into
You have to push the button.
I went in to fill out the paperwork. It was random, you know, because they've been pressing everybody doing private security. You got to have the PILB card in order to do it. So I went to the office to go fill the paperwork out. I got to that portion. I asked the young lady, I have a gun case, some stuff on my record. Do I need to put it on here? She said, well, how old is it? I said, well, it was back like 2010, 2007, something like that. And she said, well, you don't have to put it on there. I said, are you sure? I asked her plenty of times, was she sure? She said, you don't have to put it on there. I do this all the time. You don't have to worry about nothing. I said, you sure? She said, yes. I paid for the service, and I went on about my business. Then come March, I got the paperwork in the mail for the denial. Now, I took my denial paperwork into the office off Flamingo, and then the lady told me, don't press us. Don't be calling up here asking questions about your paperwork. We're going to get in touch with you. So I said, okay. So comes April, I hear nothing, whether I'm denied or approved or anything. So I called the young lady again. I said, hey, I haven't heard anything. They told me to wait. So she called the office on Flamingo, and then they said that I didn't even have any appeal paperwork in, right? So then I contacted them myself, and I told them what I did. I went in there, turned in the paperwork, signed the paper saying I turned in the paperwork with all my convictions, from tickets to whatever I had. I gave it all to them, and I was just waiting. And I've been emailing back and forth with the office, and he told me we're gonna have a hearing. Come to the hearing. I was like, okay, I'll show up. You know, and he told me be here at 2 o'clock. I got here at 1:40.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
Who's the they? Who's the company?
I don't know the exact name of the company, but the young lady name is Abby. I think it's
And it was on Flamingo?
Yeah.
No, the PILB is on Flamingo. The company it's in North Las Vegas.
Is it Bulwarks? Is the name of the company Bulwarks?
I think so. I'm not all the way 100% sure. I think it's Bulwarks. I texted my buddy just a minute ago just to try to get the name.
And so the PILB is on Durango. Is the company you were working for on Flamingo?
No. No. The company I work for is the Money Team. And so we were the Win? And the security approached us and was like, hey, where y'all paperwork and stuff like that? And we was caught off guard. And so we looked into it, and they was like, yeah, you got to have a PILB card to do security out here now.
Are you doing executive protection?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and the company that you are doing the executive protection for in Nevada, right? Because are you out of a different state?
I'm my own self-employed. I'm my own company.
Okay. Okay. This just got super messy. Who's on Flamingo?
Abby. Can I look at my phone?
Yeah, that's fine.
This board member Cortez, Investigator Swarthout, and I just want to make sure that you do have documentation in which there is somebody admitting that, yes, we told them, nah, you don't need to put any of your criminal history because of the time.
I emailed.
Hang on 1 second.
We're asking the investigator.
Yes, it was, I believe it's Abby. I want to say her last name is Martinez. The company used to be called Bulwarks. It's now called Battleborn Security Services.
Okay. I do recall them.
I do too. Okay.
So.
Okay, so there's a couple of different, but there's a couple of different things though, because you're saying you're self-employed.
Yes.
So why were you going through Battleborn?
To get the PILB card. So I obtained the PILB card because I was told that I can't do security in Las Vegas, Nevada unless you have a sheriff's card
or a PILB card.
Are you from a different state?
I've been in Nevada since 2001.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the guard card, the work card, does not allow you to work
Privately, right?
privately. You have to work for another company
Right.
unless you become a company and go through like this.
Yeah, I have an
board.
LLC and everything. Yeah, I'm
No, but you still have to get a different license.
a different license.
To work as a security company.
Okay.
Okay, so you were trying to get your regular work card, thinking that would work for you for your for a company, for your company. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have two different situations, but Battleborn. Do we know any history on Battleborn? I haven't seen your moment. I know the name.
This is Board Member Cortez. Yes, Madam Chair, we do have history with Battleborn. As previously indicated, they were called Bulwarks, and I believe they were on our agenda late last year, or mid last year, whatnot, and it was either unlicensed activity or individuals on the roster that weren't licensed, or just, go ahead.
Do we have the history?
Investigator Swarthout, yes, we do. Mr. Whitfield had been denied a change of name a couple years ago. Last year it had been approved because he finally had time and distance from his other citations. Before they got licensed, they had unlicensed activity, and I want to say probably about 6 or 7 violations after they got licensed, including one audit.
So is he the gentleman, if my senior moment just passed, he was the gentleman that was asking for a name change because he had so much bad history?
Yes, and if I remember correctly, at the one board meeting, he kept on blaming his business partners for all the violations.
Right, and so now he's running Battleborn and apparently up to the same, hopefully you could spell this, shenanigans. Yeah. Okay.
This Board Member Cortez, I just want to have one more question for Mr. Cressy, and I just want to confirm, did you indicate that you had assistance from people from the Battleborn?
Yes.
Is that, okay, and they indicated to you that you didn't need to worry about your criminal history?
Yes.
Okay, so as you've heard, they are very well aware of the PILB, so they have full understanding of what the application requires.
They just basically
and
took
they
my
told
money.
you don't need to, okay, just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have that documentation?
Yes, he did send a text message with them showing that.
So I'm sort of at a loss. Okay. Any further questions from the board? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve the appeal. Reason being is that we have actual written documentation that Mr. Cressy was wrongly informed in not providing his criminal history when in fact he was willing to do such. But because we have the actual physical writing, I'm okay moving forward, motioning to approve the appeal.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesic seconds.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we're going to pass, but I want to make sure that you're crystal clear on the fact that you have to work for a company, hopefully not Battleborn.
Definitely not.
But you have to work for a company. You cannot do this on your own. When you're ready to set up your company through the PILB, get with these folks here. They'll help you do that, and then that way you won't be another Battleborn. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If I,
all on the record.
Madam Chair, if I can, just I will caution that if you do want to work with Battleborn, that is your choice. The board is not telling you to or to not work with anyone. I just wanted to, give a clarification for that. But it's freely your choice if you want to work with
I've
them.
been working with Mayweather Promotions for the last 14 years, so I'm not going anywhere. Mayweather Promotions? Yes. Mayweather Promotions?
Mayweather Promotions.
Yeah. Okay. We just wanted to clarify that on the
Keeping
record.
me out of hot water. Thank you. All right.
Do you?
Thank you. Congratulations. The board will help you, or the office will help you with next steps.
Okay, thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, too. Thank you for keeping me out of hot water.
Great looking out. I felt that. I was like,
I just can't.
at least you know we try to help. We do like y'all. Try to help.
Okay. Agenda item number 106, Dante Gatewood. Good afternoon, sir.
Top of the day.
And you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Swarthout, why are we here for Mr. Gatewood?
The applicant was denied for conviction of illegal use, possession of a dangerous weapon, and failure to disclose. The applicant was working for a company. One thing that we do need to note is the applicant was made provisional on January 8th, 2024. January 28th, 2024, out of Nevada, carry concealed weapon without a permit, sentenced to 120 days jail, suspended 6 months probation. This case is currently ongoing. 2006, out of Nevada, GUI, sentenced to DUI school victim impact panel. 1997, out of California, inflict corporal injury, spouse, cohabitant. That one was dismissed. 1995, out of California, force assault with a deadly weapon, not a firearm. And then DUI, the first count was dismissed. Second count, he was found guilty of the DUI, 40 days jail, 60 months probation, and a fine. And then he had a probation violation, which then resulted in it being modified, and he was sentenced to 100 days in jail. The applicant currently, scope, as of yesterday, as I looked, he does not have a valid CCW.
Okay, so that I'm clear, you applied, he applied in December of 2022. January of 2024 had an incident with law, and it's still ongoing. Okay, but then further, he didn't disclose any of his arrest histories.
That is correct.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Gatewood?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gatewood.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Why did we fail to disclose our criminal history?
At the time when I filled out the application, it was so long ago, they told me it didn't matter, and it was in California.
What was so long ago?
My last arrest was 2000. Well, out here, they said it was a misdemeanor, and they said by it being a misdemeanor, I didn't have to report it.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, it looks like here you filled out a paper application?
Back then, yes.
Okay. So did you read through the paper application?
That was so long ago, I want to say yes.
Okay. So, we have a visual
Just
here.
stop, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching, I've been paying attention, yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you for that. Save us the trouble of going through the speech.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions from the board?
And my thing was, I thought it was a misdemeanor, so they said you didn't have to disclose it. So everything that happened in the past was all misdemeanors. They said that they wasn't worried about misdemeanors.
Okay, well, on the paper, they are wrong.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further questions from the board? Okay, hearing there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, at this time, you will not get your work card. You do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year.
In a whole year?
In a whole year. It'll fly by like that.
No, it won't.
But you'll have that opportunity in 1 year to come back, and you have your application, it has all your criminal history, so you'll be able to note that, and then you want to make sure your current one is closed too before we can look at it. Okay?
Appreciate y'all.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Wonderful day.
Next agenda item is number 107, Clifford Johnson. Postponed. Oh, I know. Wrong one. Okay, agenda item number 107 has been postponed. Agenda item number 108, Cesar Puga. Okay. Will Trail. Agenda item number 109, Marla Davis. Good afternoon. Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us why we're here for?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction and for failure to disclose arrest history. 2018, out of Colorado, flight escape felony conviction, sentenced to 18 months that was suspended. She was arrested for contempt of court in the case and probation violations. 2018, also out of Colorado, vehicle theft. That one was dismissed. 2017, out of Colorado, solicit for prostitution. She was sentenced to 365 days jail, suspended, 12 months probation. 2017, out of Colorado, dangerous drugs, controlled substance, sentenced to 180 days jail. 2017, out of Colorado, one count trespassing, the second count was drug paraphernalia possession, was found guilty. The fingerprints didn't show the sentence. The applicant was made provisional. Based off of that, there is a attached Excel with other arrest history. Her fingerprints had a total of 65 cycles.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Davis?
Yes, Board Member Brown. Ms. Davis, why did you fail to disclose all of these arrests?
When I actually filled out the application, when I seen the felony check, the checkbox, I noticed that it said like sexual harassment and like violent charge or something like that. And so that's kind of like what I was thinking that it was looking for, since it was like a private investigator position. And that's basically why I didn't check the box, because that's why I actually, when I got denied, I sent over my history, because that has been an issue in my past. When I would get apply for a job or something like that, I wasn't able to give every single detail and date of the charges because my past was so extensive. So I decided to go ahead and get my criminal background. I paid for the criminal background to be able to, pass that along to, a situation like this. That way I wouldn't be leaving anything out. So that was basically the reason.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
So we are going to deny this time, but you do have your history now, and also the office will help you when you're ready to submit again.
All right.
You can come back in 1 year.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
Agenda item number 110, Ocean Brown. Good afternoon. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Brown?
All right. The applicant was denied for a felony conviction. 2013, out of Nevada, possession of a credit or debit card without cardholder's consent. He was sentenced to 12 to 36 months NDOC and 5 years probation. The applicant was arrested in February of 2017, March of 2017 for probation violations. Probation was revoked in April of 2017. He spent about 1 year in prison, and then he was paroled in August of 2018. The applicant did disclose this arrest on his app.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Brown?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Brown, are you on probation or parole right now? Any supervision?
No, ma'am.
No current supervision? Okay. No further questions.
I turned myself in. I came from California and turned myself in because I was denied interstate compact. I couldn't get a job, and then allowed a month and a half. They denied me, and I came and turned myself in.
Good job. That chapter is closed. You don't no longer have to look behind your back. So that was a good move.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to grant Mr. Brown's appeal for the registration card based on full disclosure.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. You do get your work card. The office will contact you for next steps, okay?
All right. Thank
Good
you,
luck
guys.
to you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 111, Caroline Davis. Agenda item number 112, Tracy Legrand? Legrand. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Board up north, you have paperwork, additional paperwork for this one?
You have what?
No, sir, hang on.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Legrand?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction and for failure to disclose arrest history. 2000 out of Michigan, aggravated stalking, 60 days jail, and a fine of $750. 1992 out of Michigan, controlled substance possession, cocaine, heroin, or other narcotic less than 25 grams, sentenced to 180 days jail, fine of $830 and 36 months probation. 1996 out of Michigan, misdemeanor controlled substance, imitation, manufacture, or distribute, sentenced to 1 year probation. 1997 out of Michigan, misdemeanor larceny, had to pay a fine of $100. The applicant was made provisional and was working for 2 companies at the time that when we got the fingerprint results back.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Legrand?
Good afternoon, Mr. Legrand. This is Board Member Cortez. Is there a reason why you failed to disclose any of your work history or criminal history?
So I disclosed all of my criminal history, which I brought with me today. I left one with Allied Universal with the guy, because when it came to that part where it says stop, I had this with me. And I asked him if he wanted me to put this all in there. He told me no, just give it to him. He would attach this to my application that he was sending to the PILB. As far as my knowledge is concerned, Brandon sent all of this. When I came down to, I don't know, what was I doing? Like I had to come to the PILB, I guess to reapply or whatever. And I left this with the young lady also on Durango. I left the same copies with her. So I have not failed to disclose anything. I brought everything with me. I worked, I'm out of Hawaii. I worked 3 years over there doing the same thing, and I had this problem. So I knew to bring all of this with me so that I wouldn't go through this again.
Okay, so quick question. I know you brought your paperwork, but I'm seeing that you did the application online. Did you put the information online?
My sister did the application for me online. I was still in Hawaii when she did it, and I was getting calls from Allied, which I didn't come here to the 24th.
Hang on, you just said something, when she did it. When you say when she did it, are you saying that somebody else filled out the application
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you?
My sister filled it out for me.
Your sister did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
It's Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on the no disclosure of the criminal history on the application.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, your application wasn't filled out properly. And so it was not on the application that you had those felonies, which is unfortunate because you do have the paperwork and you're ready to disclose it, right? You do have an opportunity to come back and see us in 1 year, and then you can make sure that all that stuff is documented on your actual application.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Look forward to seeing you in 1 year.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir. That was 112, so now I need 113, okay. Agenda item number 113, is is Flowers here? Hello? Okay. Investigators without, no, but Blackmore? Okay, could you please tell us why we're here?
Yes, just some backstory. So Mr. Flowers has had a registered work card with the agency since February 25th of 2019. He did start the renewal process on February 5th. There was an incident to where the applicant did have a provisional issued, and there was a working incident that occurred on March 31st. The incident that occurred resulted in him being on duty at the time at his job, and it got into a physical altercation with a customer, and that resulted in a police report and a restraining order being filed. Due to this behavior, we did go ahead and revoke his provisional from him, and he's here to appeal that today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Flowers? Sir, hang on one second. It's for the board. They're going to ask you questions, okay?
This is Board Member Cortez. I just want to confirm, Mr. Flowers, are you from Nevada? No. Okay. No further questions as far as that goes.
This is Board Member Brown for Investigator Blackmore. In your report, it says a police report was filed with Metro. Does that report confirm the information that we have in your report as how the incident went down?
Correct. So there was a domestic relationship between him and another coworker at that time. That coworker was at the same spot where he was on duty at that time with some friends. There was an incident to where he approached his coworker and the friends, and then a physical altercation occurred to the point where Circuit Security themselves had to get involved, and then Metro was certainly involved as well.
Thank you.
So that I'm understanding, was he on duty at the time, or was she on duty at the time?
Correct. He was on duty.
Okay.
This Board Member Cortez. Mr. Flowers, tell us what happened.
You want to know as far as what happened in the incident?
I want to know, in your words, what happened.
Not gonna lie, my actions did get the best of me. Okay. My actions did get the best of me. I did approach her at the time because I wanted to get some stuff from her that I recently did not receive. And once the altercation happened, they already had me in handcuffs. No charges or anything at that time wasn't revoked because I didn't get, they didn't arrest me or anything at that moment.
Do you believe that you were aggressive towards people there?
Yes, I agree.
Do you believe that your behavior while on duty was unprofessional?
Yes, it was unprofessional.
Quick question, were there charges filed with the police department? Are you currently in an active case over this?
No.
No, so there was no charges?
The only thing was she did file the TPO, which that was months after the incident happened.
Okay.
Do you happen to know when that TPO expires?
Yes, that expired at the end of May.
Investigator Blackmore, for the record. Yes, so there was a temporary restraining order that was filed. It was issued on 4/11 of 2024 and is set to expire on May 26th of this year. I have no updates regarding if they extended that order or if any further action was pursued.
When was your last interaction with the victim, Mr. Flowers?
That was it.
This is an ex-girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still in a relationship with them?
No.
Okay. Last interaction?
What you mean?
Last time you saw them. Mhm.
Since the incident that occurred at the circle.
Were you an armed officer?
I was unarmed.
Unarmed?
Yeah.
Okay. Board, are there any further questions? Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the revocation of Amir Flowers' registration due to on-duty actions and time and distance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Pesic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. So the motion passes. Counsel, what would be his next step? Because this is, revocation is upheld, but does this mean, I probably should ask this, for how long? When can he reapply?
I would have to let's see, one second. Quick indulgence.
While we're waiting, this board member Cortez, Mr. Flowers, have you ever attended any kind of anger management classes?
No.
Okay.
And I don't want none. I'm fine. If
I was just
whatever you guys
asking.
got to do, I'll retire after this. It's fine with me.
What we're trying to do right now is find out when you can reapply for your guard card. So just, if you could hang out for 1 second, we'll figure some stuff out here.
Let's see. Okay, so there's a regulatory authority on point here. Okay, so pursuant to NAC 648-3447, subsection 1 provides that an applicant whose registration has been denied, suspended, or revoked by the board may not reapply for registration earlier than 1 year after the date of the final decision of the board to deny, suspend, or revoke. So it would be approximately 1 year.
Okay, so you can come back in 1 year and reapply. Again, you just make sure you note all of this information. It's unfortunate that you let your emotions get the best of you, but that's the next steps, okay?
Don't give up, Mr. Flowers. This is
Just understand this. I did lose my mother back in 2022, so that's part of my emotions there as well. I ain't got nobody here, it's just me now. But I understand, so just gotta deal with the consequences.
You'll have us here next year, so you have a year. Don't give up.
All right, thank you.
Look to you, sir. Agenda item number 14, Candace Sims. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Sims?
So the applicant's card was revoked after we were notified by her employer that she had stolen a firearm from an antique gun show in January. On her resignation letter to the company, she wrote her reason was, I stole from the Westgate Convention Show. And we do have the police report, which does confirm they had watched her on camera and that, rummaging through the location where the firearm was. And when she was detained by officers and asked why she had taken the firearm, she had said it looked pretty. If you guys need more details on the firearm was valued at about $85,000.
Okay. Board, any questions?
This is Board Member Brown for Investigator Swarthout. It indicates in your report that the charge was denied by the DA. Do you have any information as to why the DA denied the charge?
No, my only thought is when the officers went and detained her for the theft and that, she told them exactly where the gun was and it was recovered, is my only thought why the DA dropped the charges.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the revocation based on the details of the incident.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, at this time, we're going to uphold your revocation. You have an opportunity to apply again in 1 year. Please make sure you note all of your situations. Okay? Thank you. Good luck to you.
Okay. Images of that $85,000 weapon?
Okay, the next agenda item is agenda item number 115, David Alvarez Sanchez. Good afternoon, sir. Okay. Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Alvarez Sanchez?
We're here because in January there was an incident involving Mr. Alvarez and Nye County Sheriff's Department. He was pulled over, and when asked multiple times to stop reaching for stuff, did not want to comply with orders. When asked to get out of the vehicle, he did not want to respond to orders to get out of the vehicle. And then once he was out in front of the other squad car's vehicle, he still wanted to be argumentative with the law enforcement officers, so much so that they took him into custody. We do have body cam footage. They're waiting on trying to find somebody to get it to play in here.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Alvarez Sanchez?
This is Board Member Brown. First, a question for Investigator Swarthout. It says in the report that he was a felon and had a firearm in the car. Have we confirmed that he's a convicted felon?
I have no confirmation. That was in the police report that he supposedly was telling officers that he was a felon and that there was a firearm in the car.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Alvarez Sanchez. Can you tell us what happened in your words?
Yes. I got pulled over right after I got off work. I was compliant with the officer. He asked me to hand him my driver's license, which I did. And as soon as I tried to get my driver's license out of my pocket, he freaked out and had his hand on his weapon. He kept saying, "What are you reaching for?" And I told him, "I'm just reaching for what you asked." Of course, I was freaked out because he was already escalating the situation. He kept asking me what I'm reaching for, and I kept answering. And then he pulled his weapon out on me, pointed it at my head, and said, "Do you want to get shot today?" I was like, "Not really." Of course, my language wasn't as calm as it is right now. I did call him stupid multiple times because he pulled the weapon on me for no reason. I wasn't being aggressive. I wasn't being combative. I was following orders he was telling me. There's not much else to say, but the officer escalated the situation to where it wasn't supposed to be escalated. On the body cam footage, while I was already in custody, you can hear the officer say to the dispatcher officer that was right in front of me, "I did profile him," which then the dispatcher tells her and looks at me. So yes, there is body cam footage from everything saying, even up to him saying that he profiled me. That's why he pulled me over.
Sir, and I'm misunderstanding, I think, what you said. When he told the other officer, what did he actually say? He pulled a file on you? Or he pulled the firearm on you?
He pulled the firearm on me way before, he could actually, give me a chance to do anything.
Okay, and if Investigator Swarthout is able to video, or somebody's able to get this video to unload or upload for us, are we going to see, looks like we might be able to see it right here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. There's no sound for it.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Recording.
How you doing? Deputy Ramos, Knight County Sheriff's Office. The reason I stopped, you got no plates on your truck. You have your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance?
I just got the truck.
From where?
From Reese.
What are you digging for?
Relax, fool.
Hey, fool.
Relax.
Relax what? I'm asking you what you're digging for. Get out of the truck.
What did you just tell me to
Start
get?
me a second.
Come on, Perrito. What you
Come
want
on,
me to get?
step out the truck.
Are you really gonna do this?
Yes.
Really?
Don't get stupid, bro. I'm just asking you, what are you reaching for?
Hey, what did you ask me for?
Let me see your hands. Put your hands out. Take your hands out of your pocket.
Get your sergeant.
Get your hands out of your pocket.
Get your sergeant.
Get your hands out of your pocket.
What did you ask me to get?
Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Shoot me. Do it.
One at gunpoint.
Do it.
Get out of the car. Get over here.
Magnum.
Get over here.
Go ahead.
Get over here.
Put your weapon away.
Get.
Put your weapon away.
You want to get tased?
Put your weapon away.
You want to get tased?
Get your sergeant.
You want to get tased?
Get your sergeant.
Get in front of my truck.
Get your sergeant.
Get in front of my truck.
Get your sergeant. I'm not receiving.
Get in front of my truck. Get in front of my truck. Put your hands on the hood.
Motherfucker, get your sergeant.
Put your hands on the hood.
Get your sergeant.
If I'm asking you for what you're reaching for, I don't know what you're reaching for.
What did you?
I'm asking you what you're reaching for. Put your hands on the. Put your hands on the. I'ma tase you.
For what?
Put your hands on the bar.
For what?
Put your hands on the bar.
For what?
You're the fucking retard.
You're the one
If I'm asking you what you reaching for.
You asked me for something.
Yeah, did I say to reach? I said, where's your driver's license registration?
No. Don't fucking.
Where's your driver's license registration? And you start reaching. So I ask you, listen to me. I asked you, what are you reaching for?
Get Get your driver's license.
I said, what do you reach it for?
Did you ask me?
What do you reach it for?
Get your sergeant, bro.
That's all right. He's coming.
I'm done talking to you.
He's coming.
I'm done
He's
talking.
coming. That's all right. You could be done. That's why your shit's getting impounded,
You
too.
stupid as fuck. Go ahead, bro.
Put your fucking hands on the fucking rail.
Why do you keep pointing that shit at me?
Because you're not fucking listening.
I'm not a threat.
You are a threat. The way you're fucking yelling at me?
Because you're a fucking retard.
I'm a retard. Put your hands on the hood. Put your hands on the hood.
Fucking hillbilly ass.
I'm a hillbilly.
You fucking hillbilly.
Yeah, I'm more fucking Latino than you, bro.
Fuck out of here. Puto, you're no fucking Latino more than me.
All right.
Get the fuck
All right. Last name Ramos, right?
You're a goddamn cop. That's what you are.
All right. Put your fucking hands on the bar, all right?
Fuck up.
Put your hands on the bar. Put your hands on the bar.
Motherfucker.
Put your hands on the bar. Just fucking listen. Just listen.
Come on, bro.
I'm a what?
You got a fucking lawsuit, bro.
I'm a lawsuit?
You got a lawsuit.
If you fucking listen to what I say, then there's no problem.
You knew.
There's no problem.
You knew what you were doing.
No, you know what you were doing. If I'm asking you, what are you reaching for? Just say my license. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say.
Straight up
All right, all right, all right, all right. Put your hands back on the bar.
What are you reaching for, bro?
That's right. Yeah, I don't know if you got a fucking gun.
Are you fucking stupid?
I don't know if you're reaching for a fucking gun.
What did you ask me to reach for?
I didn't ask you to reach for it. I said, do you have driver's license registration, proof of insurance?
You said, you have your driver's license.
I said driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance. Yeah, yeah. Driver's license, registration, proof of insurance. All right?
You asked me. That's how stupid you are.
All right.
You asked me.
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid, but you're in front of my truck.
Yeah, you're stupid. You're doing all this shit for nothing, bro.
All right, for nothing.
You're doing all this shit
For nothing. For nothing.
For nothing. You have me out comfortably. You have me out fucking... Oh, Perrito, come on, really?
Yeah,
You don't gotta fucking got me like that, bro. Come on. You having trouble with that, bro? Get it, bro. Get it. Get your shit, bro. Get your shit. Get your shit, bro. Get your shit. See, you're part of this life, bro. Come on, man. You coming up.
Hey, check his pockets for his wallet. Yeah. See if he got his wallet on him.
Is he in custody?
No, detained right now.
He doesn't want you to go to pocket. What the fuck was he doing?
No, so he got no plates on the truck, and I'm asking him, you know, where's your driver's license registration proof for sure? And I'm like, notice all the fucking tats, his hood. He's not looking at me. And then fucking, he's like this, reaching in his pocket. And I go like this. I was like, what are you reaching for? He's like, what the fuck, puto? And all of this, and starts, yeah.
Got it. Is that a bloodstock? Bumper? Is that the rubber end for like a Mossberg?
I don't know. So, 3, can you run a VIN?
Hey, Brendan. Is it?
I don't know if the board has any questions, but I will make a statement to you, sir. I've been pulled over and asked the same questions, and I immediately turned because my purse is in the back seat, turned around. The individual asked me the same question, what are you reaching for? And I said, my purse is in the back seat, I'm reaching for my license. He said to me very clearly, that makes us really nervous because we don't know what you're doing, right? And I said, oh, I'm very sorry. I put my hands back on the steering wheel and I said, tell me what you want me to do next. I'm obviously very Latina looking as well. I didn't do what you did, and I drove away that day without incident, without being pulled out, without being held at gunpoint, without being any of the stuff that you just went through. So I think the gentleman asked you a very valid question because they have an opportunity, and I'm not law enforcement. Some of these folks have served in law enforcement, right? But they have 2 seconds to make a decision. You took your 2 seconds and turned it south. That's my statement. Board, are there any more questions for Mr. Alvarez Sanchez?
Yes, this is Board Member Brown. Mr. Alvarez Sanchez, you are currently, well, with the exception of the revocation, you're currently a security professional, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. How would you react if somebody you were giving commands to reacted the way that you did?
Well, it depends on the attitude. I hadn't...
Based on the attitude that we just saw from you.
Escalated that quick. I would have not escalated that quick. And I've been in situations where I've been an armed guard where people have given me attitude and I don't escalate it to that quick. Right now, as we speak, I'm applying for NDOC. So I'm going through the process of being part of that, community. So I came from a correctional facility. I was doing corrections, dealing with people that put me in worse places and like that. And I didn't give him attitude like he did. I didn't escalate situations.
Attitude started with you. He asked you a question, and instead of just answering the question and saying, "I'm reaching for my wallet," like you asked, you said a whole bunch of other stuff, right?
Correct.
Had you had simply just answered the question, would it have continued to escalate?
Yes, because yes, ma'am.
The answer is no. He even said it. When he pulled you over, when he had the gentleman handcuff you, he asked him to check for your wallet in the back. In your back, he said check for his wallet. Because he just wanted to know what you were reaching for, and then he wanted to validate it.
Correct.
So, and like I said, I had the same situation happen to me. They asked me what I was doing.
But you heard what he said. I saw all the tattoos and the hood.
At the end, sir. At the end.
No, so he had.
If I may, this is Board Member Cortez. Hang on one second. So this is what I saw. What a great video for training purposes. And this is why. You, sir, escalated it.
Yes.
And this is why and when. The minute he asked you for something and you didn't like how he was asking you, your ego kicked in. Your ego kicked in and you're like, damn, Missy. As a Latina, I'm not impressed with either one of you. What a poor representation of our culture. Because I know for a fact that our mothers raise us to have respect for anyone with a level of authority. And whether you liked his attitude or not, whether he was white, black, or brown, whether he was an ex-homie from the gang, he obtained a position of authority, one in which you too carry when you're on duty. I have also been in situations where people mouth off at me and call me all kinds of names. It is my level of professionalism to return appropriately. You, sir, escalated it.
Correct.
With all of that mouthing that you did. Correct. Hang on one second. Let me finish. I'm truly happy to see you here today. This could have gone left. And my concern is that I'm not sure you see that because your ego is still in the way. I absolutely heard you, heard you and what he said. Dude, I'm looking at his tats, he's talking to me like this. If you already know that there is a chance of you getting profiled, then why don't you just be quiet and follow the instructions? Do we like it? Absolutely not. Do our ego want to shut people down and tell them exactly where to go? All day long. But unfortunately, you are in a position to have to shut your mouth and do exactly as you're told, whether you like it or not. Now you said, sir, I'm gonna sue you, I'm gonna sue you. That's your chance to mouth off. But at that moment, not only did you put your safety in jeopardy, but now your livelihood. You might lose a job because what? Because your ego got involved, because somebody else came at you, not in the way that you would have. A lot of people are gonna come at us ways that we don't like. It's how we react to that that's gonna make the world a difference. You would not be here today if your ego didn't get in the way. And I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I've seen it time and time again. It's our ego that gets in the way. We wanna be right. We don't like how people talk to us. But unfortunately, he was in a position to talk however he wanted to talk. Is it rude? Maybe. But that's not illegal. It's not illegal to be rude. It's not even illegal to be an ass. But in your situation, you needed to just be quiet and be respectful. The minute you told him, damn, Missy, bro, you just went right out the door with respect. That's rude. And I guarantee you you would not appreciate it. Let's just say you were supervising me and I told you, damn, homie, what's up? Check yourself. That's rude. I need to have respect for you. And what that gentleman was doing on duty was asking for some respect. He was doing his job, whether you liked it or not. And I'm just not impressed. And I don't like what I saw.
Also, a quick question. Did, in the impound of that vehicle, did they find a weapon?
Yes.
And where was that weapon?
It was behind the seat.
So it was behind the seat that you were reaching?
No, I wasn't reaching behind the seat. I was reaching in my pocket.
Okay.
In the video, did you see him come right next to you? He cannot see anything to your right, behind you, next to you, underneath you. You're a smart guy. I'm not going to sit here and think that you don't understand where this is going. When he approaches your vehicle, he has no clue whether you are under the influence, mentally unstable, or if there are actual loaded weapons, or if you have a vendetta to go kill the next officer coming to pull you over. They don't know that. They too have a family and they want to go home. You escalated it. You know how fearful that cop was? It is not easy to pull a trigger and kill someone. You placed him in that situation.
If you're that scared to be a cop, then you shouldn't be a cop.
Okay, congratulations with that.
Okay. So, any other questions for the board?
This is Board Member Brown. I was going to say my piece, but after his last comment, I think we should just move on.
Yep.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Where? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Jack Harris for the record. So I just wanted to because we know the grounds for the arrest, but I just wanted to clarify what just our existing authorities. For the motion, depending on how the board votes, you could decide to overturn the revocation as one option. In the event that the board is inclined to uphold the revocation, just for purposes of the record, because it was quite distinguishable from the last one, to at least clarify the reasons for it. The only two that I would see that would be applicable, again, that is if the board is inclined to uphold the revocation. The first being pursuant to NRS, and this is just me stating that on a record, that it would be pursuant to NRS 648156, any act that would subject a licensee for possible revocation. Those same acts are also grounds for revoking a registered work card. So in this case, if the board should find either unprofessional conduct under NRS 648150 subsection 4, that could apply if that's the board's findings. The second part or the second option that as far as authorities that will appear applicable, if the board finds today, based on everything that is reviewed and based on everything that it's heard, if the registered work card holder failed to disclose any fact or misstated or otherwise misled the board. And that could be based on any communications from him to board staff or any communications made from him during today's hearing. So again, the board has the option to determine whether or not it wants to revoke the work card. I'm just explaining the options. But if the board is inclined to find a revocation, just to clarify on the record the reason for the revocation and to be mindful of the two areas that would appear applicable during today's hearing. That was all.
Thank you, Council Harris. Are there any further board questions? Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I'm going to give this a shot based on what Dag Harris just said. But I move that we uphold the revocation of David Alvarez Sanchez's registered work card for unprofessional off-duty conduct, misrepresenting his actions to the board as confirmed based on the body camera footage, and in accordance with NRS 648.156.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Your guard card is revoked, continues to be revoked. If you have any questions, you feel free to call the office. You do have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year. My suggestion would be you understand that your arrogance is probably what got you here, and it's going to continue to keep you here if you don't drop it. So good luck to you, sir, and have a great day. Right. Agenda item number 116, board comment and future agenda items. If I could ask council, is this where we would have that conversation, or did we already have the conversation about next meeting?
We kind of already had that conversation, but just to reiterate, so, and feel free to jump in if I'm missing anything, but board staff has the instruction to follow up with CSE as far as retrieving for those individuals who use their services for completing their applications, getting copies, if any, of those paper applications, as well as speaking with a certified representative to clarify the process of completing the application, whether it's a joint process between CSC and the applicant as well, or is it just solely CSC and they're the only ones making the representation on the application. And then it's also recommended that once we get those, once all that information is provided for those individuals who the board staff can confirm use their services, for those items to be renoticed. Again, it's not a guarantee as to what will happen either way, but just for it to be renoticed and to get and at that time at the hearing, the board should then have the representation provided by more than likely Executive Director Saladino as to what is that process. Because if CSC makes its own representations that they're not involved, or it's a joint completion of the application, that may not, more than likely may not change the results that the board made. But if there is confirmation that it's solely CSC representatives completing those applications, then that may change some outcomes. It's really going to be dependent on that. But we don't need an actual motion on that. The board did make its action, so my recommendation is board staff has their instructions and for these items to be renoticed, and specifically for the caption on the agenda to say like a corrective action, and then a quick blurb as to why this agenda item is being brought back. But that's something that the board staff could work alongside with council with.
Okay, and then it was just, sorry, it just brought to my attention, we did have some trailed items in the last session that I need to address. So we have trailed agenda item number 108, 111, or 108 and 111. Okay. There is no one in the audience in the south. Is there anyone in the audience up north?
No, Madam Chair. No,
okay.
There's not.
So we have, there's not, okay. So we have agenda item number 108, Caesar Puga, who is not in the audience, and agenda item number 111, Carolyn Davis, who's not in the audience. So at this time, I'll take a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on no call, no show. It's now 4:09 p.m.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Those cards will stay the same. Can I ask a question off record real quick? Yes, please. So what about... Okay, I'm sorry. Council Harris?
Just before everyone leaves, because we still have some folks in the north, I did want to just inform everybody that this will be my last meeting. I'm deny.
No.
I did accept another offer, and I wanted to be able to tell each and every one of you, who's cutting onions? Who's cutting onions? God, I hate doing stuff like this. I really do. And I wouldn't have treated this like this with anybody else. Y'all are different. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Woo, these onions, child. It has been an absolute pleasure working with each and every one of you. You have been some of the best people to begin my legal career with. And that's, I think, was the saddest part. I couldn't even bring myself to call Vinny after I gave notice on that. I'm just so proud of how this board moves. I just appreciate how honorable each and every one of you on the board is, including Crazy Bobby G. I'm proud of how hard board staff works, especially when I have an opportunity to see how fair and how honorable you are to persons of color, to individuals who may have not been born with a silver spoon in their mouth, who may have made piss poor decisions in their life, but if they're open and they're honest with that, you give them a chance. And that's gonna be the toughest part for me, because we always say that, we have our hard-headed clients, right? And we always have some clients that have been difficult, but I couldn't even think of a more perfect client to have worked with, each and every one of you. And so I don't know how far this technically goes, or how much weight this would have, but it has been an absolute honor working with each and every one of you, and I'm going to miss our meetings. And I have never been just so proud. I mean, you get sworn in, you do your job, but never have I just walked out of any meeting and just been proud of the client that I worked with, because you all are just some honorable people. You're fair. You give everybody a chance. And despite what anybody else says, it has just been easy to be an advocate for this board, because I have such tremendous respect for this board. And I know this board will continue to be great afterwards. The other part is, I have done my best to give the best representation that I can to each and every one of you, and I want you to continue to expect the same representation, the same level of zealous advocacy from anybody from me, and I hope you do hold anybody to that same standard and that same bar, because each and every one of you deserve it, and the board deserves it. So I just wanted to leave that piece with you. And thank you all, for even being patient with me as I got to grow and get acclimated to everything. And I'm just, I mean, I'm a G from Miami, so I didn't expect this, but but I say all the time that this was my favorite board, and it's my little tears are representative of that. And so I just wanted to leave that piece with that, since this is my last meeting.
We thank you and all that you've done for us and keeping us out of trouble. And
all the way to the last day.
I know we can be lively, so I do appreciate that. And then, gosh, we're going to miss you, and we are going to hold someone to get us a good one. Big shoes to fill, but we look forward to seeing someone new. Hopefully you're going to something new and great, and
I am. I did accept one, but it's like what's the funny part is there's like another one in the back burner. Oh. But because I gave an acceptance to one, I have to give the appropriate notice. But I will update Vinny.
Okay.
Ultimately.
All right.
Yeah.
Keep in touch.
Of course.
Chrissy,
Yes.
I just want to thank you for all the advice that you've given us, given me personally. I've worked with a lot of attorneys over the years. I would have never known that you were just starting out when you came to us. You are truly one of the best attorneys that I have ever worked with. I know that you're going to go on to do great things and help a great many people. And I really hope you do have some input as to who we get on the board, because this seems to be something that we have. Every time we get a great DAG, they move on to bigger and better things. So I don't know if we should request a cruddy one so that they stay around for a while, or if we should continue to have great DAGs work for us so that they can move on to bigger and better things. But thank you, and I appreciate all the work that you've done for us and guiding our staff.
Thank you.
I'm gonna cry. I'll tell you off the record.
I know you. Off the record. Off the record. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. And again, really sorry to see you leave. We'll go on to the next agenda item. That's agenda item number 116, board comment and future agenda items. I think we did discuss what we're going to bring up, so that's already going to be actionable. So the last thing before we adjourn is public comment. We have no public comment up north, down south. I don't know where I'm at. You guys don't have anybody?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the meeting's adjourned. Thank you guys for the power session. We got through it.
You guys got through it.
Thank you very much.
Board staff, I'm sorry for the extra work, but I'm hoping with this CSC thing, we can maybe change some things, because I felt maybe some of the people that truly did get denied when it wasn't their fault.
Agreed. Thank you. Thanks, guys.